guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Welcome. Here we go once again. Looky there, another day has passed us by. Welcome back, another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker. Quite the light show going on outside the secret bunker. You hear the rumbles of thunder. Yeah, kind of a stormy night, as forecasters have been telling us over the last several days. Storm system that had been a lot of rain to the south central states, as predicted, moving into the Ohio Valley, Tennessee Valley, the Great Lakes region as we progress on into a Thursday. Not really seeing anything as far as severe weather, but yeah, a lot of cloud to cloud lightning taking place. Rains. I'm looking at zooming in on the radar. Eastern Indiana from about Shelbyville. Rain will be moving into the Dayton area over the next hour. Had one line of thunderstorms pushing through the Cincinnati area. Heaviest rains now pushing north side of Cincinnati, headed east of Cincinnati as well. There's a lot of rain further to the south. A little break in the action, and then rain from Louisville to Richmond, Kentucky, all the way down to just east of Bowling Green, on down into Tennessee. A rainy night in Nashville. Yeah, from Lebanon, Tennessee to Cookeville, on down to McMinnville. More rains down toward north central portions of Alabama. Raining in the Birmingham area tonight. Just a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms. So kind of a soggy night. Hey, are you ready for a taste of old man winter? If you're going to be rolling areas out west, oh boy. Let's get underway with our traveler's weather. Yeah, forecasters tell us big change in the weather patterns. Going to have some folks wondering if we just flipped a switch and went from summer straight into winter across parts of the Northwest and the Rockies. Temperatures have been well above normal in the Northwest through much of the summer. It's continued into early fall here. Yeah, we started the month of October. Temperatures more like July or August in the northern Rockies. Helena, Montana soared to 84 degrees on Tuesday. Yeah, breaking the old record of 81 degrees there. You'd typically be in the 60s this time of year in Helena, Montana. Well, over the next few days, temperatures begin that downward trend. Cooler air already beginning to arrive in the Northwest on Tuesday in the wake of a cold front. Seattle managed a high of only 55 degrees, about 10 below normal there. Well, that front's going to continue moving further inland. Many locations that were in the 80s on Tuesday only saw 60s and 70s this past day, Wednesday. By later today, by Thursday and Friday, highs struggling to get out of the 50s in some cases. Cooler air, clouds, and precipitation. Storms going to begin to cool things down across the northern Rockies today and on into Friday. Areas from northern Nevada into Montana, Wyoming, will all be getting some rainfall. Outside of the highest mountain peaks, temperatures going to be too high for anything other than rain through the end of the week. However, there's the change. A second cold front with much colder air is going to arrive by this weekend. That's going to cause temperatures to fall even further and set the stage for a pretty impressive ripple in the jet stream, ushering in colder conditions into the Rockies. A bit of snow may fall Monday in the Cascades of Washington and Oregon. By Tuesday, a dip in the jet stream is going to be very pronounced across the Southwest. Much colder air, combined with a stalling storm, could lead to some significant snow in parts of the West. This storm's going to blossom, producing windy conditions and snow across most of the northern Rockies. We will see some travel disruptions. The season's first snow of consequence across this part of the country. Travel could be hazardous as low as 4,000 feet elevation in Montana. That's going to affect locations like Bozeman and Helena. Snow levels not going to dip as low further to the south. Snow levels between 5,000 and 5,500 feet in Wyoming. Casper, Riverton, you could be in line for the first accumulating snow of the season. Even farther to the south, accumulating snow not expected in the major cities like Salt Lake City and Denver, but some wet snowflakes mix it in with the rain. Not out of the question. At an elevation of 7,000 feet, Flagstaff, Arizona may be in line for the first snowflakes of the season as well. Could even see a little bit of accumulation there. Yeah, any snow that does fall begins to melt later next week. With even the highest elevations, temperatures going to be back above freezing, especially during the daytime hours. But yeah, the map's depicting a pretty broad area where we could see your first snow of the season. Elsewhere around the country, here we are. Yeah, fall is officially, about 2 weeks old. Summer has had a hard time getting the hint to leave. Summer-like temperatures have continued to bake the midsection of the country. Forecasters say an upcoming stormy pattern will finally begin to help usher in some more typical weather, fall-like weather. Overall, though, it's been a mild start to meteorological autumn, which started on the 1st of September. Astronomical fall, of course, September the 22nd. But temperatures averaging above normal for the entire month of September. Places like San Antone and Little Rock, Arkansas, Tulsa and Fargo. Heat's expected to build for the south central states again starting today. Thursday, this heat's going to bring yet another round of abnormal warmth to portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri before the end of the week. Widespread temperatures in the middle and upper 80s For St. Louis, Kansas City, Oklahoma, Omaha, 90 degrees is going to be further south. Temperatures forecast to be soaring into the 90s Friday and Saturday. Oklahoma City, Dallas, and Amarillo. While 90 degrees, not unusual for these communities, but a heat of that magnitude, much less common by the time October rolls around. Matter of fact, both Dallas and Oklahoma City hit the 90s only one day in the month of October last year. Temperatures in the lower 90s, nearly 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. So the afternoon high temperatures likely to fall short of any records, which would actually be in the middle to upper 90s. But temperatures like this are going to be pretty noticeable. Spending time outdoors during this otherwise dry weather pattern. If you're going to be heading out to some of the college football games, or this is the time of year, a lot of fall festivals getting underway, just be aware it's going to be hot out. Sunscreen will still be a necessity for those spending a lot of time outdoors. The extreme heat begins to wane as the week progresses in those cities and slowly returns to normal levels here for early October. Looks like the above normal temperatures are going to linger a bit for the upper Midwest to the southern plains through the end of the week. We'll have a southerly flow allowing abnormally warm conditions in cities like Minneapolis and Chicago to persist right on into the end of the week. Looks like the peak of this heat will probably be Saturday as another storm moves in from the west for the first day of the weekend. High temperatures in the lower 80s predicted for Chicago. Minneapolis, you'll be into the upper 70s. We're talking 10 to 15 degrees above normal here in October. Forecasters do say there is an end in sight for the above normal warmth. The heat that's building in the center of the country through the end of the week begins to be squashed by those storms we were talking about moving in out west. So over the weekend into early next week, that first storm shifting from the northern Rockies into the northern plains Saturday and Saturday night. That's going to bring some cooler air that's really going to settle in early next week. As we look ahead, temperatures in Fargo, North Dakota, and Minneapolis probably going to be 10 to 15 degrees cooler over a period of 2 days' time. The same's going to be true even further south with that second storm moving in from the Rockies. That's going to help to drop temperatures in places like Wichita from 95 degrees on Saturday. 95. You'll probably only have a high of, say, 75 by Monday. Big drop in temperatures. Now, in addition to bringing an end to the abnormally warm conditions across at least 8 states, these storms will bring some welcome beneficial precipitation with them, as much of this region of the country is abnormally dry. So forecasters are going to be monitoring the adverse effects of the stormy weather returning to the center of the country this weekend, which will bring with it the possibility of flooding and maybe severe thunderstorms. So there's a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway. Thursday coming on, closing out Hump Day. Again, rolling into the 7th day of October. Now, talk about flooding rains. Wow, over in Europe. Parts of northern Italy, they tell us, recovering from, it's a historic deluge earlier this week that actually brought a new continent-wide record for rainfall over a 12-hour period. It left one city with nearly a year's worth of rain in 1 day's time. Hard to imagine. There's Rizzingone, Italy, found itself in the absolute worst of the extreme rainfall. That city ended up with a mind-boggling 34.8 inches of rain over the course of 24 hours. That's astronomical. Now, the annual rainfall total, the yearly rainfall for that city typically tops out at like 42 inches. That means this city resorted, they picked up 82% of their annual rainfall over the course of 24 hours. Now, in order to record rainfall totals that extreme, rainfall rates have to be extraordinary, maybe even record-breaking. They did say in a 12-hour period from 5:40 a.m. to 5:40 p.m. local time, that city recorded 29.2 inches of rainfall. That's a record for the entire European continent. I mean, it's just ridiculous rainfall numbers. Yeah, you can imagine the catastrophic flooding taking place there in parts of Italy. All right, what we got going on? Who's checking in? Out of the box. Let me flip over. Yeah, of course, the restream. It's been acting really squirrely. I'll have to reset and see if I can get some messages as we move on. Let me jump over to Jolly Green Giant, jumping in right out of the box. What do you say, Jolly Green? Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday to you too, Steve, and a happy Thursday to all the cartoon characters out there. I also want to say that I caught Gilligan in the bathtub playing with his boats again. He needs to be careful. He's been sinking a lot of boats. Come on. So I wanted to call in tonight. I want to talk about, I've been wanting to talk about the collision warning system in these newer trucks. And I'm at the tail end of my career. Me and Sex Maniac both are. And I kind of feel sorry for people like Gilligan and Fly Rod and some of these younger drivers that are, in their early 50s that are going to have to put up with this technology. Another one is Eskimo Mom. These collision warning systems are a pain in the neck. And it's just, if you make one wrong move, it takes a video, and then next thing you know, you're being called in the office, and then they want to know why. And, and it's just, we got Big Brother watching over our shoulder. What exactly has brought this to the industry? I wonder why. Well, I got a partial answer. The insurance companies. And, you and I both know, most drivers know that most truck crashes do not occur because of driver error. Most of the time it's because of the four-wheelers that are causing truck crashes. But I mean, I just feel like, that they are micromanaging drivers, and it could be that they are going to drive these drivers out of the industry. I will tell you that, thank God I'm at the end of my career, because I think I about had it with the warning buzzers going off every time I touch a white line, or a proximity going off because a car cut me off in city traffic, or, and I was actually talking to Eskimo Mom about it yesterday morning, and she said that she was talking about the following too close, and a lot of times it's because cars cut in and take away our our safety cushion.
Yeah, and when you're in morning traffic, anytime there's an opportunity, anytime there's an open window, it's undoubtedly automobile's going to jump in that hole. And I mean, on the after hours when I'm listening into some of the drivers, you can hear those proximity warnings. I mean, the beepers and the buzzers constantly going off in the trucks.
And, it gets on our nerves, Steve. I can't turn my warning buzzers down. Now, Flash, when he comes back after his hip surgery and he gets on there, Flash has got an international and it's real quiet, And I was talking to Captain Ron also yesterday morning, and Captain Ron said he used to teach the Smith system, which is a defensive driving course. And I remember I took that defensive driving course, and I think that, do we really need all of this electronic equipment? I really don't understand why. I think, like I said, it's the insurance company. I guess maybe it's their way of trying to keep from paying out all of these high, these high payouts on accidents. And I get it. I do. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad I'm at the point of retirement, because I told my wife there, I said, this here is getting ridiculous. It really is. So I just thought I'd call in tonight, and I wanted to talk about this subject. Now, I'm sure that, when Steve calls in to work out of Nashville, I know that he's got the face-facing cameras, or I've got a camera that faces outward, which is a little bit different. So he's dealing with something, and actually they're watching the driver too, his reactions of what the driver is doing. So that's another problem that we got to deal with. But either way, I just thought to call in and talk about this subject tonight. I just want to say, everybody, I appreciate everybody, and I really enjoyed this program. So have a good night, Steve, and I will be listening.
All right, as always. Hey, great to have you with us, Jolly Green. Yep, modern technology. And, of course, and they're looking to mandate more and more of that technology into trucks, the automatic braking systems and all those sort of things. Okay, rolling up on 19, past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Get some of our industry headlines coming up here. Anybody been paying any attention to the prices at the pump? My. I mean, through the roof. I mean, even here in the Midwest, knocking on the door at $4 per gallon. What's going on? We are paying the highest prices in years. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, seems like it's costing a fortune to fill up these days, doesn't it? Yes, indeed, the price of petroleum steadily rising. Well, we're now paying more than we have in the past 7 years, according to AAA. Now, the national average at $3.22. That's for regular gasoline, highest price since October of 2014. According to the U.S. oil benchmark, West Texas Intermediate crude futures this past day, price of a barrel is at $77.60. This was after topping $79, which we hadn't seen since November of 2014. If we look back roughly a year ago, the price of West Texas Intermediate was running about $40 per barrel. So we're talking double. Obviously, last year demand dropped with the economic shutdowns around the globe, prompting some producers to close off the taps. Since then, obviously, demand has recovered. Producers have been slow to return barrels to the market, is the way they explain it. The group of oil-producing nations, OPEC Plus, agreed on Monday to stick to their schedule of returning about 400,000 barrels per day to the market by November. So they'll gradually be ramping up production, but it's going to be a slow go. All right, let me get, I believe is Larry, is that the correct name, Larry?
Yes, it is. Hey, you want sticker shock? Have you priced crab legs lately?
I know. What do we? I know. I've seen some people posting about lobster prices being off the charts. I guess so. What are crab legs running?
2 pounds king crab, $140.
Whoa!
And Myers had 1 crab leg, $75. Up here in Michigan.
Now, would anyone be willing to pay those kind of prices?
I can't believe they would be.
That's insane. I'm looking at someone posted here. It's the photograph of the sticker. You know, the use or sell, use or freeze by October 4th. So this was at the market just a few days ago. It's ribeye steak at $18.47 a pound. 3 steaks. Weighing it at 3.86 pounds, $71.29.
Yeah, our ribeyes up here running about $19.99 a pound.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's paying for that stuff or who's buying it. Somebody's got a better job than I got. Hey, do you know of any place to buy the gasoline extreme? Or is that all mail order?
The diesel extreme is pretty widely available at the various retailers. Someone else was asking about that recently, and I'll have to do a double check. But I off the top of my head, I'm not familiar where the gasoline extreme is available on the shelves.
Yeah, I can't find it. I know the last model I got, I did the mail order, but I can't find it anywhere on the Menards or Walmart's.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all. I stopped to buy some crab leg at Gordon Foods the other day. It was $139 for 2 pounds.
And did you buy them, or did you say, to hell with that?
Hell no.
Okay.
Imitation crab here.
Okay, there you go. Well, Larry, thank you so much for checking in. Yeah, and these prices at the grocery. I got the story over here somewhere. If you think you're paying more at the grocery store, you are. And it's this trend, they tell us, is just going to continue for the foreseeable future. When might we see a break in prices? Don't plan on it anytime soon. Let me see here. Here's the scoop. Trying to get our news break loaded in here. Everything seems to be, at $1 or $2 higher right now. It's been a creep in prices. Every time you go to the grocery, it's like, well, that's gone up a little bit more again. According to the new figures released by the Labor Department, wholesale inflation jumped 8.3% from August of this year compared to August of last year. That is the biggest gain on record since they started tracking it more than a decade ago. And this is not the good news. The supermarketguru.com, guy by the name of Phil Lampert, says we haven't seen anything yet. Prices are going to continue to go up for a good year and a half, he says. Lampert is the editor of the supermarketguru.com, and he's a food industry analyst. The biggest increases we're going to see is going to have to do with animals, whether it's eggs or milk or beef or pork. Fires up north have decimated their feed. Supply chain issues, the bottlenecks at the port of LA and Long Beach, the labor shortages, all contributing. We have a huge problem, he says, with a lack of truck drivers. Refrigerated transport is up 10+%. As prices increase, supplies have decreased. We're just having a hard time finding these types of things that we want, he says. Now, at the grocery stores, let's see, CBS News in L.A., they made a visit, saw a limited supply of things like milk, butter, soda, snacks, paper products, baking supplies. Retailers who are filling out their orders to fill their shelves are not getting what they ordered, according to Lampert. It's estimated to be anywhere from, say, 50 to maybe 70% of what they're ordering. So if you've got a grocery store and they place the order to stock the shelves and they're only getting half of what they ordered, what gives? Now, the experts say it may pay to shop around a bit. You might try independent grocers or stores with different business models. Some things you could purchase at the dollar store or Aldi. I've just never really been a fan of Aldi stores, but for what it's worth, where does it end, right? Let's see. Glenn checking in here said, Steve, I haul seafood out of Florida. And they're getting good money. Let me see. Hello to the garbage throwing daddy outside Cincinnati. Morning, y'all. Be safe out there. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Getting a free truck wash this morning, she said. They're in Westchester. Yep, you are correct. John is on board. Hello from Honolulu. Just got home from work. Hey, great to have you with us there, John. Mr. Q on board. Copy the mail. JS on board. Morning, Steve. 63 here in North Platte, Nebraska. Headed toward Wisconsin. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to the country bumpkin checking in. JS said, meanwhile, I was at a facility in Denver today, and they had an entire dumpster full of top round Angus. I don't know the backstory, but even if it was close to date, wouldn't you either give it away or donate it to a food bank or something? I would have. Is it the prices are so high that people can't afford it, and the date is expiring, and they're just put in the dumpster? That's crazy. Hey, we'll get a news break here underway on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A federal judge has ordered Texas to suspend its restrictive abortion law. U.S. District Judge Robert Pittman gave the law its first legal blow since it went into effect last month. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks. It also deputizes private citizens so they can file lawsuits against violators. But a suit from the Biden administration explained the law defies the Constitution. Texas officials may head to the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to get the suspension reversed. That court has previously allowed the restrictions to take effect. An investigation is underway into what may have caused a drill rig to overturn at a Chicago Transit Authority project. Trains were halted, power lines were damaged, and some buildings were evacuated. This is USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it. Jeff, a customer, wrote, my air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost. Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, my heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one. Lisa, a customer, wrote, my heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost. For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's our number. Let's see here. Get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Meanwhile, somebody posted gasoline extreme on Amazon. Hell, I'd say, your best bet, go to hotshotsecret.com. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That'll get you 10% off. You get an additional 10% if you're a first responder, police officer, paramedic, firefighter, If you're a active duty or veteran, CDL holders, always an additional 10%. You get 20% off your orders, so that's probably your best route, right? Stock up while the getting's good, right? Yeah, just like everything else. Chris is going to be on the program with us tomorrow morning, Friday morning show. And we'll get the update, the very latest on what's going on. Because just like everyone else, the groceries, it doesn't matter where you go. These supply chain issues, they've also been impacting, obviously, Hot Shot Secret, the difficulty getting the bottles, the cost of everything going up, the raw materials, the supplies to blend the products, the cardboard for the boxing materials. Of course, you've got, FedEx, UPS, all the shipping giants announcing increases in shipping prices. So we'll get an update on that tomorrow night. Meanwhile, back to the calls. What's going on with the Chevy guy this morning?
Yeah, and we're all going to run out of toilet paper, so get on out there and stock up on every roll of toilet paper towel you can. Of course, if truth be told, part of this mill, we supply chips there. That'd be over in Augusta, Georgia. The mill I'm usually hauling to is, like you said, the boxing materials. So them cardboard boxes that you carry your beer home in, that's probably where I'm, in your bags out of, McDonald's and stuff like that. That's pretty much what they make down here at this mill in Charleston, I guess. And I found it interesting on the news that some federal judge overridden the abortion deal in Texas. I'm not from Texas, but I think last night it justified what I said. You had another atheist judge passing a ruling overriding the will. These guys were voted in by the Texans. They voted in, and they voted this law in. And now some federal judge, atheistic federal judge, votes to tear that or bring that down. So I'm sorry, but the fact of the matter is, we have a right to life. It's in our Constitution. It's there. We have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If we keep voting in and keep getting in atheists to defend our inalienable rights are going to disappear. And I think it just rubbed me the wrong way. But that's a good example of what I was.
It's a topic that I tend to shy away because really there's no winning the argument about being pro-abortion or anti-abortion. It's been going on my entire life. But if you listen to all these so-called experts talking about follow the science. Well, to my understanding, the science would say a child in the womb with a heartbeat is a child, is a human. That would be the science.
Yes, sir. And this isn't about abortion. It is, but it's the fact that another atheist judge overrides the vote of the people, and I think the people are getting a little aggravated about this stuff. The gay marriage thing. The majority of the people voted for the Defense of Marriage Act. And then the Obama administration told all the states attorney generals do not fight against this vote, and then against the will of the people they come up with some amazing thing that says there is such thing as gay marriage. There you go. Again, it's you're putting atheists in charge of our. And remember, these are our inalienable rights given to us by God. It's that frail. I mean, so if you fill DC with atheists, then this is what you get. You get our inalienable rights being smashed. The reason why I called, I want to support Jolly Green. I said, I'm blessed on this in this small company. They've already said when we get cameras in, they will be forward facing. They said that my employer was able to move the side by sides out as far as it could go. So it's because we're mostly going up and down these 2-lane roads, which are running boards on the edge of the double yellow line and the running board on the outsides on the white line on the edge. So them things would be going off all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They said nothing he could do about the forward facing. And, but I understand all this stuff. It makes sense because this is what's going to be in those quote automata, automatic transmissions. All this stuff is going to be in those unmanned vehicles that we're talking about for quote in the future. So we're looking at the future, and it's hard to deal with because that was hard. I'm going down the road, guys talking to me. I reach up, grab the CB. I'm going I-26 out of Charleston, and I've got my hand on the steering wheel on my left, and all I did is it was just a little thing like I reach up and scratch, rub my nose. I probably had sawdust and everything from when I dumped the chips, and in my hair and everything, and it was falling down in my eyes and my nose, and so I probably just reached up there a second like that, and that come up on that, and it showed up, and they confronted me in the office, and it's just such an insult that here at the time I was in my at least 39th, 40th year of trucking, and accident free, other than me putting it in the ditch on a black ice, on a 9% grade. I chose to get it that than to hit my teammate. It was laid across the road in his semi. And but I was accident free, and I've got some young teenager that didn't even know what the air buttons were for. The red and yellow air buttons were for in the tractor. Had never even sat in a tractor until he started doing or chasing down some drivers and doing side the road, basically safety meetings. Showing these videos and stuff. And I kid you not, I was sitting down there getting work done on my truck, and I seen 2 drivers that go in there on that safety meeting, see that videos, and see them nitpick professional drivers. One driver come out, and he's a black driver, and him and I don't get along on anything. But when he come out of there, he was so angry, and he was almost white. I mean, I don't know what, he was there raring to go, and he's slamming the door. He's sitting there and his eyes are bulging out, and I said, oh my God. So, I don't want the man to have a heart attack. I go over there and he opens the door and he gives me what for. He's a good Christian man, but my goodness, cussing come out there, and he was telling me about being forced to watch this video of this and that video of that. And I had to talk the man down. He was so stressed. Now, what sense did that make is to harass a driver and then put him back out on the road for the next half a day? Mm-hmm. It didn't make that, and I did go in and I told the safety man, I said, you really need to use your head. You just said you allowed the driver to walk out of here in that kind of enragement. I said, no, this is ridiculous. But it's a harassment. And oh, by the way, I love this, and it only makes you madder. Oh, we're not here to harass you. We're just here to help you be a better driver. Yeah. Oh, ain't that nice? When did we be? Good Lord, can you imagine if you showed up in St. Joe and bought your wagon, had your family and all packed up, and you're going to go across the prairie? My goodness, they would have you for animal cruelty. They would have you for endangering your children, child endangerment. But you couldn't even leave St. Joe. Because if we had the regulations and the rules in our government looking after us like we do today. So other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. Enjoyed Jolly Green's call in, and enjoyed your show, and enjoyed the news, and enjoyed Hot Shot Secret. I got it at the house, and the Steve Sommers overnight drive. Appreciate y'all so much.
And I enjoyed I enjoyed our conversation on the after program this past morning. I guess you could tell I was a little bent out of shape, and I went on post on Facebook, and I didn't use the whole word, but I mean I used the F dash this administration, and posted about my daughter's about to lose her job due to these damn vaccine mandates. And our conversation about, you said, well, is she looking to have another child? Is she of childbearing years? And yes, she is. She's engaged, looking to get married, and looking to have a child with her new husband when the time comes. Mm-hmm. And she doesn't want to get the damn shot. What in history has any man had to give advice to his daughter that would incorporate whether or not there's a possibility it would bring a handicap to his grandchild? I'm so sorry this has to be done in our day and age. I'm 64 years old. I feel personally responsible. Only thing I can tell you is in 79, I got out of the Navy. I registered as a Democrat because I figured that he was President Carter, he's my commander in chief. But I never watched him run against Reagan, and it was about abortion. And I go to church, and I got educated on abortion, and I voted Republican ever since. So, but I'm so sorry that we elders put you in this situation where you had to counsel your daughter, because that was her heart. Dad, help me, Dad. Yep. Help me, Dad. That was her. That was her call. What am I supposed to do? And then she called back asking, well, if I don't get it and they fire me, can I get unemployment? And I said, there's another one. I said, honey, I don't know. I think in New York they're saying you can't. And Jolly Green, or it was I think Big Sexy was he was home and he was sitting at his computer, and he pulled it up and he said, Steve, what I'm seeing here, I believe in Ohio, they're saying if you get dismissed from not taking the vaccine, you're not going to get unemployment. How have we put millions of people in this situation? I was looking at a post shared by another of my Facebook friends, and it's all about that. It says, this week I gave up being a nurse. I worked my final shift. This week I showed my children, from your values never drift. Take the shot or turn in my keys. I just ran out of time. The email laying out my fate, burned forever in my mind. No choice, no say, no exceptions heard. The mandate made it clear. I must comply to keep my job. Sacrificing my health, I fear. I looked my husband in the eyes. He's got to make enough. Pushing the fears, he'll be next. Paying the mortgage will be rough. Standing strong in my conviction, I accept my fate. Watching those around me fold. The pressure they could not take. Next, they come for the children. Since the adults all complied, up to date or keep them home. From the health pass you cannot hide. Times are dark as people divide. The hate you cannot ignore. To free this world, we must only stand. Christ's love will win this war. But that's the sentiments. Millions being forced into this fate. And I think it sucks. And it's 8 before the hour. Quick time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, after I submitted that post this past day, stating that my daughter's going to lose her job, thanks to Joe Biden and this administration. F you, Joe. In this entire administration. At what point do the American people say enough is enough? And someone say, well, what does she do? I've been listening to you for years. I must have missed that. She's working for a government. She's a government contractor that manufacture products for NASA, the U.S. military, SpaceX, all kind of stuff. And so being a government contractor, that's one of those jobs where you do not have the choice of being tested twice a week. If you don't accept the vaccine, you have to take the shot or lose your job. She doesn't have a choice. So there you go. Let me get back to the calls here. Who we got next up? Would it be Jody?
Hey, buddy, this is Shoney, S-H-O-N-E-Y.
Shoney, what's going on, Shoney? Yeah.
When you talk about Johnny Green was talking about technology, I will tell you the story. I was in Indiana and coming down to Indiana, and I'm driving a new truck. I'm working a company driver, and I'm driving a new truck. It's got all the bells and whistles. It's got cameras down the side, got cameras in the front. I don't have inward cameras, but just got cameras everywhere else. But I got a radar in front of the bumper. And if you get too close to the vehicle in front of you, it beeps and it slows you down. Well, when you get behind somebody, and also I got a 70-mile-an-hour truck. The company got it 70 miles. Well, all the other trucks are 65 or 68 or less. And so I can, go around a lot of trucks. So I'll come up on some of these trucks, and it slows me down. And then the next thing you know, a car will pull in between us, and it even slows me down even further. But what got me was I was in Indiana going down Interstate 65, and I was talking on the phone and wasn't paying attention. And I think I mostly look out my rear mirror more than I look out my front mirror, in case somebody comes up behind me, like a policeman or something. But I was talking on the phone, taking care of business, and wasn't paying attention. and I was passing on the left lane past these trucks. And next thing I noticed, Indiana State Trooper came around on my right side and pointed at me to pull over. So I was, oh, goodness.
Mm-hmm.
It was 70-mile-an-hour speed limit. I got a 70-mile-an-hour truck, so I wasn't speeding. And then I realized I was in the left lane. Well, he come and chewed me out one side down the other. And I was trying to say something. He said, boy, don't say nothing until I'm finished. And so I sat there and kept my mouth shut. Like you said, he chewed me out one side down the other. And then after he got through, he said, is there anything you can say about yourself? And I said, yes, sir. So I just want to ask a question. What do you do when you're behind all these people and you got alarms going off and you got the radar slowing you down? And I was trying to explain the reason why I was in the left lane. He told me, boy, he says, you got to learn how to drive technology, not technology drive you. But, I said, yes, sir. I mean, I try to be as polite as I can after I got my butt chewed out, but at least I didn't get a ticket. He felt sorry for me, I guess. But, but he was all upset. But, these technology, like Jolly Green, I've been in this business 40 years also. And, the Smith system, I've done all that. But like you say, Chevy guy was talking about the automotive or the vehicles, self-driving vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're getting ready for. All this garbage is going to be on those self-driving, and the drivers are going to be out. But what can you do with all this technology? I mean, like I said, you got to learn, which I did learn. I learned more to pay attention to what's behind me than I am in front of me. I'm still in the left lane passing these vehicles. The buzzer's going off. But what can you say?
I hear them telling you they're raising hell with you. Get off their tail. Get out of the lane. Get in that. Oh, my. Real quick, as we're up to the top of the hour. Closing out hour number 1. Scooter sends me a message. Steve, heads up to the drivers. 75 South is closed in Ohio. Exit 161, just north of Findlay. I said at the exit, turn right. Now take that road till it ends, make a left. And at the first traffic signal, turn left, and they'll take you back to 75 South. Yeah, they're county roads, but yeah, they're good roads for big trucks. I'm not sure what's going on, but there's state troopers all over the place on 75 and on the county roads. It appears like they're looking for someone. All right, thank you for the heads up, Scooter. See if we can find out anything more. All right, news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A federal judge has ordered Texas to suspend its restrictive abortion law. U.S. District Judge Robert Pittman gave the law its first legal blow since it went into effect last month. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks. It also deputizes private citizens so they can file lawsuits against violators. But a suit from the Biden administration explained the law defies the Constitution. Texas officials may head to the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to get the suspension reversed. That court has previously allowed the restrictions to take effect. An investigation is underway into what may have caused a drill rig to overturn at a Chicago Transit Authority project. Trains were halted, power lines were damaged, and some buildings were evacuated. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
Senate Democrats seem ready to agree to part of a proposal from Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to extend the debt limit into December. Budget Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders.
It would have been catastrophic if the wealthiest nation on earth did not pay the debts incurred under Donald Trump. We are going to be able to do that and work out some long-term solutions. So I think basically I'm glad that Mitch McConnell finally saw the light.
He says the agreement could get a vote soon. The Treasury Department says a deal must be reached by October 18th or the U.S. will default on its debts. Video game streaming platform Twitch suffered a data breach, and hackers did share sensitive information on the online chat forum 4chan. Twitch did confirm the breach on Twitter. The files shared online include apparent payment information for hundreds of thousands of streamers. The person claiming responsibility for the hack said they carried out the attack to hurt Twitch's business. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A student has been arrested after opening fire at his high school. 4 people were injured. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
Classes are canceled Thursday at the North Texas High School where a shooting happened. Mansfield ISD saying it's important to give the Timberview High School community time to heal. All athletic events and after-school activities are also canceled. Counseling services are available starting Thursday morning at Word of Truth Church in Arlington and Mansfield ISD Center for the Performing Arts. Arlington police have arrested Timothy Simpkins, saying he pulled a gun inside a classroom. One student is hospitalized in critical condition. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
NASA has pulled 2 astronauts from the delayed first launch of the Boeing Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. Astronauts Nicole Mann and Josh Casada have been reassigned to the SpaceX Crew 5 mission to the space station, which is scheduled for launch as early as next fall. 2 other crew members are to be announced later this year. The reassignment comes after Boeing has failed repeatedly to complete a successful mission of its Starliner capsule after years of delays in development. NASA says Mann and Casada have been working with the Starliner program for a long time and need experience if they're to be candidates for the Artemis moon mission planned in the coming years. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you to our listening friends for the heads up here. I guess that explains what's going on there with the I-75 being shut down in Findlay. I got a memo from Eskimo Mom, and Tony sent me a link to a post from this is one of those law enforcement websites, Ohio Going Blue, from right about 1 hour ago, which states, thoughts and prayers are needed for a Sydney police officer who was shot this evening. As of this post, the condition of the officer is not known to us. We ask you to keep the name of the officer off this post until the department has released it. While we don't normally talk about the suspect, in this case we have to because there is a manhunt for the shooter. But the details of the suspect were not given to us. We do appreciate that many in the community of Sydney have messaged us about this. Unfortunately, we did not post when they all notified us because we can't post something like this based off of scanner reports or a community scanner page. So understand we have guidelines to follow. That was one post. And let me see here, trying to get the one that Eskimo Mom sent my way. She sent me actually a link to, let's see, from WTOL News. Pretty much states the same thing. I-75 southbound closed at CR 99, headed into Findlay. According to the State Patrol, trooper shot on I-75. Trooper condition has not been disclosed. It's about all they have. Let's see. According to the Bowling Green Post, about 12:15 a.m., so less than an hour ago, dispatch confirmed the incident, but was unable to provide further details regarding the trooper's condition or what may have led to the shooting. Drivers are asked to avoid the area, seek an alternate route. We have a crew on the way to bring the latest information as we receive it. Again, that was from WTOL television there, I guess up in the Findlay area. So that's what's going on. Be aware of the law enforcement presence as a manhunt is underway in that region. Hey, back to the calls here. Good morning, Eagle. How we doing this week?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I couldn't call in the last couple of nights. I've been just now leaving my house. They got a couple of things I want to talk about, Steve. I'll get to the border situation in a minute. I want to talk about this vaccine situation. You said you got your daughter that might lose her job. Well, like I told you several months ago, Steve, on the vaccine situation, I'm not going to waste my time arguing. They can call in and say they disagree with me all they want. I really don't care. But like I said, this vaccine, I heard a guy say this the other day, this vaccine, nobody knows nothing about this vaccine. Joe Biden and all the rest of these losers come on your television screen every day telling you need to be vaccinated, but yet they don't want to vaccinate the people that are coming into the country illegally. They see no reason to vaccinate a Haitian immigrant or a man from Honduras or Guatemala, but for some reason you're American, you got to be vaccinated or you could possibly lose your job. It makes no sense. And like I said, this vaccine, it doesn't even, they're trying to force you to take something that doesn't work, Steve. And I'm not going to waste my time arguing with people that say it does work, because it doesn't. Because you got people laid up in a hospital right now on respirators, and you got people that are in a cemetery right now that have been vaccinated with this vaccine. So if it was working, I guess they wouldn't be in a cemetery right now. But you know something, Steve, when it comes to the job situation, unfortunately, I don't think that nobody should be forced to lose their job, such as your daughter or anybody else, for a refusal to take a vaccine. And if you do are terminated from your job, they should have the decency to pay you unemployment benefits. They should at least have enough guts to do that, but they don't even have that. But that's no surprise when you're dealing with a man like Joe Biden. Like I told people, like I told you a couple of months ago, Steve, when these people are putting you're putting your trust in a man like Joe Biden, a known liar. You see what happened over there in Afghanistan. You see what happened down on the border in Texas. As a matter of fact, I told you last week that the governor of Texas said he hasn't even been in contact with Joe Biden since he's been in the White House about the border crisis that we're having. He has no contact whatsoever with Joe Biden. Even with all the Haitians down there, Joe Biden still didn't have enough decency to pick up a telephone. Let me ask you something, Steve. How hard is it for Joe Biden if you can't go down to Texas, if you can't go down to Del Rio? How hard is it to pick up a telephone? I'm pretty sure Joe Biden has a cell phone. How hard is it for Joe Biden to dial up the governor of Texas and find out what's going on down there? How hard is that?
Yep. Apparently, he has no interest in making the call. I mean, it's obvious. I think we've been talking for months now that I think this is a plan. It's by design to get the future voting bloc for the Democrat Party stationed around the country, so they'll never have to lose another election.
Yeah. Like I said, I really don't see how he's getting away with doing what he's doing. Like I say, I know that there's nothing they really can do to get impeached out of the White House as long as we got that loser Nancy Pelosi as the Speaker of the House. You know, she's never gonna go against Joe Biden. So that's a dead end road right there. But something definitely needs to be done because Steve, we're in danger of losing this country. You know, even if they don't overpopulate this country with these undocumented individuals, you and I both know that they're going to try to do a crooked, underhanded election deal, just like they did in 2020 with Donald Trump. You already know that the Democrats are going to do everything dirty as they can possibly get to make sure Joe Biden or Kamala or whoever they decide to put in the White House. Notice I said put in the White House. I didn't say get voted in. Notice I put in the White House. And that's exactly what they're going to do, Steve. So we got to be watching these guys very, very closely because these people are desperate right now to keep this situation rolling the way they got it going on. But like I say, we got a lost cause, Steve. As we speak right now, I talked to a guy the other day. I told you told me this last week, and I checked up on it myself. We got at least 15 to 20,000 Haitian immigrants sitting at a football stadium down in Mexico at the Guatemala-Mexican border, just waiting for the call up to start making their way towards the United States of America. And then we're going to have to deal with that situation. We'll have another Del Rio very soon. We'll have more individuals laying up under a bridge looking for a handout from the American people. And like I said, Steve, it's a sad situation. Never in my life did I ever think the USA would come to this point. And, you know, getting back to the vaccine, Steve, never in my day did I ever think that we would come to the point where you couldn't go to a restaurant, you couldn't go to a football game, you couldn't go to all these other schools. You couldn't even go to school. You're not making it. You can't even work a job. Never in my life did I ever think I'd see the day in America where a man would be refused service or even refuse to work just because he didn't want to take a vaccine. So the only thing I can say to people tonight, Steve, is if somebody is, I'm just going to put it to you this way, if somebody is trying to force you to do something, which is mandatory, whatever you want to call it, there's another agenda behind that, and you can make up your own mind about the situation. If it was that good for you, if this vaccine was that good for you, they wouldn't have to make people mandate it for you to get it. So all you people out there who think the vaccine is this and that it is for your best interest, just remember that they're forcing you to take that vaccine. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Good to hear from you, Eagle. Thank you so much for chiming in. And I don't know if he had heard the latest that the word from the authorities in Panama and out of Mexico is that there are now 60,000 primarily Haitians trying to make their way to the southern border. You'd think things were ugly with 15 to 20,000 there in Del Rio a couple weeks ago. Wait till we get 60,000 there at the border. All right, let me see here. Another update. This one from WHIO out of Dayton, Ohio. Update on the whole shooting scenario, which the initial report here from a couple of hours ago. Several law enforcement agencies currently in foot pursuit of a suspect in Sydney. According to the initial emergency scanner traffic, Sydney police were in pursuit of a male suspect in possession of a gun. The Shelby County Sheriff, the Ohio State Highway Patrol, all assisting Sidney police in the pursuit. The Highway Patrol dispatchers at the Piqua Post confirmed they're sending a helicopter to help with the pursuit. Then the latest update was that an officer had been shot, confirmed by police. Shot about 10:30, apparently, p.m., taken to Wilson Health. Crews are on the scene. Reports seen a SWAT vehicle in the area. Suspect not apprehended at this time. Now, it says the officer was taken to Miami Valley Hospital for non-fatal injuries, non-fatal. But we are looking to learn more. So that's a bit of good news there. Hopefully that's remains the case. But the hunt is on, as they say, about 18 past the hour. Back to your calls here after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Tater's on board this morning. Good to have you with us. Something in the email. I said, Steve, we've really been concerned about these mandates and how not vaccine may affect our ability to live our normal lives. And just about every time I'm ready to give in and just do it, I talk to Moose and realize he's right. We've got to stand our ground. If they can force us to do this, what's next? Well, I can tell you, at our house, we will not be forced to do something against our will. We will stand against this tyranny. We will not tolerate it. Joe Biden be damned. All right, thank you much. Good to have you with us, Tater. See, another email here. Okay, that was from Scooter earlier, talking about the situation there on I-75. All right, back to the calls here. Brain Dead, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Well, that was a good game tonight that the Dodgers and the Cardinals played. 3-1. They took it all the way to the bottom of the ninth, buddy. Oh man! But you know what? Can't hang your head too low. Cardinals had a really good season this past season.
So I wasn't even aware. So the Dodgers won, huh?
Yeah, I kind of sort of had that feeling that the Dodgers would win because
every time we played them, they pretty much had our number all season. So, I mean, it was going to be a tough game. And, I mean, from the start, it was 1-1 all the way up to, like, the bottom of the ninth. And just it happened. But let me go back a few nights ago. You were talking about this whole move over law, right? Mm-hmm. And how people are not moving over.
Correct.
Let me say this from somebody who runs a 62-mile-an-hour government company truck. The problem is getting a lot worse. I have to take my socks and shoes off 18 times to count how many times in the last week I have tried to get over for something on the side of the road, whether it be a broke-down truck or even a police officer. They still will not let you over, even though you put your blinker on a half a mile. The problem is we have all these stupid Canadians, all these stupid foreigners that come into this country that can't read or write or speak English and don't understand what a blinker is. They see what's going on up there. They see that you need to get over. They intentionally jam you out to keep you from getting over. I had an officer in Forest City, Arkansas one night on the side of the road. I had somebody jamming me out. I had my blinker on for half a mile, slowing down as I slow down. Now, Steve, the other thing people need to look at, too, is laws in various states vary when it comes to the move over slow down law. Because in Arkansas, you have to do 15 miles an hour or under. Mm-hmm. I was doing 45. The officer pulled me over and asked me why I couldn't get over. I said, I had somebody jamming me out. I couldn't get over. I had my blinker on for half a mile. What do you want me to do, run them over? But go ahead and write me that ticket, officer. I got a dash camera right there that caught everything. He saw my dash camera. He said, have a good evening. But this is the problem. What can you do? I'm not going to run somebody off the road because I can't get over. I've slowed down. What do you want me to do? Stop?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no way of policing it.
Well, you did the right thing. The move over laws, the move over rules are. I mean, if you can't move over, you have to slow down. I thought most of them were 10 miles per hour below the posted speed, but yeah, I mean, if you can't get over, you can't get over. What do you do?
Exactly. That's what I told the officer. He told me to have a good evening. But that's the problem, is a lot of these foreigners, these are the same ones that whine and cry and complain and moan when you hear them in the truck stop. Oh, I broke down on the side of the road. I could not, I had all my tangles out, but people will not get over it. Well, that's because, stupid, people are jamming you out. The whole do unto others as you don't want to do unto you. So obviously you do that crap to me, and then you whine and complain and moan because you don't do it to others. Now, here's the other thing, too, Steve. I had this happen like a few nights afterwards. I had some idiot in a bobtail let me get over in front of them. Within my door of hitting the police officer, they're flashing their lights at me to get out of the way. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm pulling a set of pups behind me. I don't feel like turning the rear one over. I don't want to cause an accident here because I got that guy's the company's name, which is a fairly large outfit, and the truck number, and I emailed the head of safety. And I demanded something be done about it. But see, these companies are too scared. We have a labor shortage in this country. They can't get drivers. So if I send them an email about their stupid driver being reckless and dangerous, all they're going to do is slap them on the wrist. Go, you just don't do that again. Just don't be naughty. Just drive with caution, It's stupid, Steve.
Well, I guess there's a few nominees you can put on your dumbass of the week list.
Oh, no. Let's get, no. Dumbass of the week list. Let's get with this vaccine mandate. Obviously, people have failed to realize, and I feel sorry for your daughter, don't get me wrong, but with the whole vaccine mandate, has anybody paid attention to this whole labor shortage in this country? Mm-hmm. So why are you going to force me to do something when I can go to your competitor right down the street and not have to worry about these mandates, Steve? There's the problem with your labor shortage.
So it's more like what we've talked about for the trucking industry for so many years, driver churning. It's labor churning, you think? People quitting this job just to go to a different job?
There was a nurse on TikTok. You're probably not familiar with that app yet, but she said that she resigned because she did not want to take the vaccine. And this is the problem was with the nursing and the COVID numbers going up, because nurses can only handle so many beds, like teachers can handle so many students in the classroom. And if one nurse quits, well, there goes, I don't know, how many ever beds. You put a number in there, like 8 to 10 beds or how many ever. So now you've got 10 beds short. So for each nurse that quits, say it's 10 beds. Do the math.
And there's hundreds, if not thousands of nurses on a national scale that are leaving their jobs. It's like shooting themselves in the foot. Let me see here before we get our news break, bottom of the hour. Looking at the report, President Biden has restarted flying thousands of Afghans to the United States through the Philadelphia International Airport in PA after flights had been halted due to a measles outbreak by Afghans on multiple U.S. military bases. Afghans will now resume boarding international flights from overseas to land in the U.S., where they'll be resettled as refugees across 46 states, according to the Associated Press. The flights will exclusively land in Philadelphia, though. The massive resettlement operation currently has about 53,000 Afghans living on U.S. bases in Wisconsin, Texas, New Mexico, Indiana, New Jersey, and Virginia. The administration hopes to bring at least 95,000 in total over the next 12 months. As part of the operation, Afghans are flown to Philadelphia International Airport and Dulles International Airport in Virginia before being taken to U.S. bases, where they will live temporarily while completing their vetting and immigration processing before getting resettled. Now, right along that line, separate story. The Biden administration has turned Fort McCoy in Monroe County, Wisconsin, into a, quote, small city for Afghans brought into the United States, including culturally appropriate clothing and food. Fort McCoy is housing the most Afghans of all the bases. According to the report from Time, it's become a small city of sorts for the new arrivals who've not completed the immigration processing. Fort McCoy, a sprawling army base surrounded by miles of cornfields and Christmas tree farms, hosting the largest population of new Afghan evacuees in the United States. Since the first families arrived in late August, it has grown to a small city of more than 12,600 refugees, almost half of them children, along with thousands more military and support staff. For the Afghans, it's been a blur of government interviews, paperwork, vaccinations, talking to family left behind when they fled Kabul amid the chaotic withdrawal. The village, as they describe it, at Fort McCoy, made up of 8 neighborhoods where Afghans are provided services and support, English courses. They're also provided with culturally appropriate clothing and food while at the base. All right, news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Senate Democrats seem ready to agree to part of a proposal from Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to extend the debt limit into December. Budget Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders.
Could have been a global economic collapse if, in fact, the wealthiest nation on earth did not pay its debt.
He says the agreement could get a vote soon. The Treasury Department says a deal must be reached by October 18th or the U.S. will default on its debts. A federal judge has temporarily blocked the Texas law which allows people to sue anyone that helps a woman get an abortion. Anyone bringing a suit could get up to $10,000. The challenge was brought by the Biden administration after the Supreme Court declined to rule on the case and allowed it to go into effect. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here, and more on supply chain shortages. And we were talking earlier about prices at the groceries. I guess if it's happening in North Carolina, it could be happening anywhere. But in Charlotte, North Carolina, there's school districts saying that they're being forced to make last-minute adjustments to menu items for the school lunches due to the supply chain shortages. Sometimes we just don't know when an item's going to be short until it's time to get it. One of the things we have to quickly do is modify the menu. School officials in Lancaster County, South Carolina, say food shortages have been occurring since the start of the school year. Due to the scarcity, schools have been forced to make menu changes, substitutions, limit the number of entrees offered to middle and high school students. Will Adams is the CEO of the nonprofit organization Team True Blue, said this is very concerning. If a child's hungry, they're not able to be focused on learning. Let's see. Charlotte Mecklenburg schools said the scarcity has led to limiting portion sizes so each child has enough to eat. We're actually hearing, Adams said, that some of the schools are starting to scale back portions to make sure there's enough for every child to actually have lunch. In light of the shortages, the U.S. Department of Agriculture said they're going to offer $1.5 billion for school nutrition. Yeah. What's going on? That was also a discussion on the After Hours program this past morning, talking about these whole supply chain issues. Some of the drivers that actually work for the food supply companies and whatnot saying, restaurants aren't getting nearly what they ordered. Someone was talking about one of the ketchup manufacturers we're gonna stop making the packets or something. It's apparently manufacturing facilities all over the country that just like I guess the ports and the truck drivers are struggling to find enough employees to make the foods and the products. Never seen anything like it. Meanwhile, hello, Monkey Gouger, what's going on?
Good morning, Steve. You bring up a very interesting topic right there about this shortage deal. I can't make heads or tails out of this. Well, I've talked to numerous people. The last couple of weeks, the highways have been packed, just jam-packed with traffic, especially on I-40. The other night when I was coming out on I-20, bumper to bumper, both directions on a Sunday afternoon. Every place you go by, the cars are in the places they're running. I don't know what the hell's going on. I can't make no sense of it, and this economy is going like gangbusters.
I mean,
Yeah,
I was
they're not getting.
I was mentioning I was talking about all these containers, 500,000 containers at the ports, but those containers that's not food products. That's all the the trinkets and the toys and the junk coming out of China. I mean, this is a domestic issue with the whole food supply chain.
Right. And, I mean, did it have something to do with all them farmers having to plow the crops under last year? You know, how many thousands of millions of pounds of potatoes that just went to waste? And I don't know, Steve. Me and Grumps talked about it. We can't come up with a solution. I mean, they've cut out the government money. That $300 that's going away. The people have got to start paying the rent. They rule out, you got to pay your rent or get out. So they've got to be going back to work. But I think it was like you was talking about a while ago. People, and me and you talked about this a week or two ago. That deal that happened in Florence, South Carolina, the one restaurant didn't have no waitresses or waiters.
Yeah.
Went in the next one, and hell, they were bumping over one another. I mean, none of this makes no sense at all. And I mean, we're running at capacity. When I leave out, my trailer is loaded with meat product going back into Texas, and when I come back out of Texas, it's loaded to capacity, and I mean we're having a lot of trouble getting unloaded now. I don't know if people run into this. I know we're running into it regular. Going to like these food service places.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can't get no help in here. Nobody wants to work. They're tying us up 4 and 5 hours. I mean, none of this is making good sense. And I mean, I see, like last night, the place I was delivering to over there in Keller, Texas, the warehouse was lipping full. There was groceries in all the racks. They were loading tractor loads of stuff. I don't know, Steve. I mean, it just ain't making good damn sense, and nobody seems to know what's going on. But have you been following this deal that happened today with YRC and Jim Clyburn? Ain't that something?
I think I've got that here. Haven't touched. That's over here in my industry headlines. That was a Wall Street Journal story. Yeah.
Now let me ask you something. What did they do different from helping YRC, which I was against anyway? I think YRC and Yella, and they can't stand on their own 2 feet. They need to do some debt reconciliation or close the doors like everybody else has. I mean, if something was to happen to me, and the government ain't gonna jump in and bail my ass out. And but what did the Trump administration do any different when Obama bailed out all them car companies? I mean, what's the difference here? I don't see no difference. Do you?
I'm trying to remember. I haven't even really gone through the whole story yet, but I mean, I remember at the time that it's talking about the $700 million loan from the initial COVID bailout thing that YRC got. The question, I mean, at the time, weren't they trying to say supposedly, YRC was crucial to the government, I guess, to the military and whatnot for the supply chain? But there's, I guess, question marks if were they really? And their debt really had nothing to do with COVID. Now, that debt was there long before COVID ever came to existence.
That's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. And I mean, I don't understand why they give them the $700 million of taxpayers' money. I mean, that's another thing. But I just can't figure out where they think they got Trump and them over a barrel for bailing out YRC, which I didn't agree with to start with, because me and you had that conversation. But what did they do different that Obama done when he bailed out all these damn car companies when he was in office? It's kind of the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that's really alarming me, and I don't know if you've been watching this, the California AB5 plan to put an end to the owner-operator model. You know, the Supreme Court, we're 8 days for them saying yay or nay on whether they're going to take this course up, take this, not course, but court thing up or not. And I'm getting a little leery about this thing because you go back to reading all this stuff and they have put the coambi on the owner-operator model out there in California. And this thing, if the Supreme Court doesn't take it up and make a ruling on it, this thing could go nationwide.
Well, like I said, I've got the whole scoop on the Wall Street Journal. I'll share that with the listeners and maybe get a little more info about what's going on there. But it's been a year since that all unfolded, and it's kind of weird that it's all coming back around full circle.
Well, that's that idiot over there out of South Carolina, Jim Clyburn. He thinks he's got them over the barrel now. Larry Kudlow and Steve Munchin and all of them. Oh, I got them with the hands laid down. We're going to get on these boys. We're going to make this stick. That guy, he's another one of them Joe Biden that should have been turned out to pastor 25 years ago. He don't know what world he wakes up in. He got people, they just bunch of aggravating people. I have no use for Jim Clyburn. Have no use for Lindsey Graham, and a couple more of them up there. We could go right down that list, and I could talk about it in the morning, but we'll let that go. But I thought that was kind of interesting. I just can't figure out what they done any different when they bailed out that trucking company to what Obama done with the car company.
Mm-hmm.
It just, and we're talking that Obama bailed them out with billions, and it just got me bumbled. But anyway, man, I'm gonna bump the dock. You have a good night. We'll holler at you tomorrow night. And remember, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. If it wasn't for Hot Shot Secrets, the left lane would run.
Thank you much, Carolina Monkey Gouger. Have a good morning. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll delve into the whole development of YRC this past day. Coming up in a moment. Let me get to Eskimo Mom, though. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. Yeah, lots of insanity going on this morning.
Now,
But I wanted to talk about the area where they're doing the manhunt. If anybody's familiar, the area that they're looking for is in town, but it's south of 47, southeast of the hospital, not too far from the fairgrounds. And it's going to be east of the truck stop over there at the Loves at Fair Road. So if anybody's in those areas, just keep your doors locked, keep your eyes open. And if you see anything funny, get a hold of 911 and get this son of a gun caught before he hurts somebody else.
and this is in Sydney, right?
Yes, this is the one in Sydney. That is my hometown. That is probably about 2 miles. The incident happened probably about maybe 2 miles from where I live, and maybe about a mile and a half from where my brother lives.
And
we're a small town. We're a town of 20,000 people. So pretty much we all know just about anybody, or we know of somebody that knows of somebody.
Were you saying that the Sydney and the Findlay thing are two separate deals? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, there is. It is.
Okay.
Yeah. Findlay's about 65 miles north of Sydney, along 75. And the incident in Sydney is between the 90 and the 94. The incident up in Findlay is right around the 159, 161, that area.
So that's what you meant by crazy. A lot of craziness. Two separate deals going on then. All right.
Yes. Yeah, two Ohio boys in blue getting shot.
That's wild. And then with just a matter of hours apart, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the update, Eskimo Mom. And so that's right in your hometown.
Yeah, yes, it is. When I heard that, I told my husband, I don't care if you lock the doors, go for it. Because we live in my neighborhood is such a quiet neighborhood that it's like there's people that can hide in there no problem, and I just don't want that guy to have any opportunity to be able to hide.
Yep. Okay.
But it's also because there's a lot of us in my community. We support our boys in blue.
Absolutely.
And many of us went to school with them. Many of us they're in our community. So I'm a little bit passionate right now about it.
Okay.
So please forgive me.
Thank you very much, Eskimo Mom. Hopefully they'll catch the bad guy, right? All right, here's the scoop here. The chairman of the Democrat-led House Oversight Panel said new documents show the Trump administration may have been involved in helping the financially troubled Yellow Corporation obtain the $700 million pandemic relief loan from the Treasury Department. The Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Relief Crisis, which is investigating whether the loan was improperly issued and used, said, releasing new documents this past day that says the Trump White House officials directly engaged with Yellow and its representatives regarding the application and took steps to communicate with Treasury officials about the loan. As we well know, Yellow, one of the largest U.S. trucking companies, accounted for almost all the federal coronavirus aid funding to those businesses and had been struggling to turn its finances around when the COVID pandemic hit, of course. Yellow reached out to the appropriate executive and legislative branches to help save 30,000 jobs and protect the vulnerable supply chain during the height of the crisis, according to the statement from Yellow, otherwise known as YRC, that we've always known it as. The loan request received bipartisan congressional support, according to Yellow, and when negotiating with the Treasury Department, all the guidelines were followed and the due diligence process was extensive, they said. For the government's part, they said they provided the 2020 loan because the company, which then was known as YRC Worldwide, is a key supplier of military shipping services. Yellow said they applied for the loan after significant adverse impact by the pandemic and they stand by that national security designation. Going back to last December, the then Treasury Secretary, Steven Mnuchin, defended the administration's decision to award the loan, saying at a hearing that while the loan was risky, taxpayers would profit from it. He didn't immediately respond to a request this past day. Anyway, the documents that the subcommittee planned to release included emails between consultants, White House staffers, and Yellow before the loan was announced in July of 2020. Clyburn said that in the letter that those documents are consistent with public records showing that Mnuchin sent messages to White House personnel, including Larry Kudlow, who was the director of the National Economic Council, and to President Trump's personal assistant concerning the announcement of the loan to Yellow. That suggests, Mr. Clyburn says, that the highest-ranking White House officials may have been involved in the process of approving Yellow's loan. So I don't know where they're going with it. Yeah, there was a May 2020 email that the subcommittee released from an executive with a Washington lobbying and public relations firm that's said had shared YRC key materials with Mr. Kudlow's chief of staff and contacted various White House staffers. Another email 2 days later indicated that a deputy assistant to Mr. Trump in the White House would call the Treasury Department on our behalf. So again, like I said, this has been over a year now and still looking into it. Was it, right, wrong? I don't know where it's going, but with that, we're almost to a news update here. Let me jump to Gilligan. What do you got, a traffic alert? What's going on, Gilligan?
I-81 and the southbound lanes in Virginia at 86 mile marker is practically closed. It looks to me, I just come through there, looks like a tractor trailer went across the median from the northbound lanes and hit a southbound truck. I couldn't tell a lot, but that's what it looked to me like. And it's really bad.
Oh, boy.
Looks like maybe one lane's getting by. When I went through, the authorities was not there yet or anything. It must have just happened. But it's at the 86 mile marker in Virginia on I-81 south.
Southbound.
It's a little tricky to get around because US 11, which is usually your alternate route for you for I-81, it follows I-81 through there. Steve, if you want to pass my number off to anybody that's going that way, just if you have my permission, I can get them around it. Like, as you know, I run this road every night.
Every night,
I know about every detail around it. It's a little complicated, so it's better to give it in person than try to give it across the air. All right. That's all I got for now. Thanks,
All right.
Steve.
Thank you for the update. Yep. Have a safe night. There you go. That'll take us to a news update. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A federal judge has ordered Texas to suspend its restrictive abortion law. U.S. District Judge Robert Pittman gave the law its first legal blow since it went into effect last month. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks. It also deputizes private citizens so they can file lawsuits against violators. But a suit from the Biden administration explained the law defies the Constitution. Texas officials may head to the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to get the suspension reversed. That court has previously allowed the restrictions to take effect. An investigation is underway into what may have caused a drill rig to overturn at a Chicago Transit Authority project. Trains were halted, power lines were damaged, and some buildings were evacuated. This is USA Radio News.
Energize Health.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
Senate Democrats seem ready to agree to part of a proposal from Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to extend the debt limit into December. Budget Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders.
It would have been catastrophic if the wealthiest nation on earth did not pay the debts incurred under Donald Trump. We are going to be able to do that and work out some long-term solutions. So I think basically I'm glad that Mitch McConnell finally saw the light.
He says the agreement could get a vote soon. The Treasury Department says a deal must be reached by October 18th or the U.S. will default on its debts. Video game streaming platform Twitch suffered a data breach, and hackers did share sensitive information on the online chat forum 4chan. Twitch did confirm the breach on Twitter. The files shared online include apparent payment information for hundreds of thousands of streamers. The person claiming responsibility for the hack said they carried out the attack to hurt Twitch's business. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A student has been arrested after opening fire at his high school. 4 people were injured. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
Classes are canceled Thursday at the North Texas High School where a shooting happened. Mansfield ISD saying it's important to give the Timberview High School community time to heal. All athletic events and after-school activities are also canceled. Counseling services are available starting Thursday morning at Word of Truth Church in Arlington and Mansfield ISD Center for the Performing Arts. Arlington police have arrested Timothy Simpkins, saying he pulled a gun inside a classroom. One student is hospitalized in critical condition. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
NASA has pulled 2 astronauts from the delayed first launch of the Boeing Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. Astronauts Nicole Mann and Josh Casada have been reassigned to the SpaceX Crew 5 mission to the space station, which is scheduled for launch as early as next fall. 2 other crew members are to be announced later this year. The reassignment comes after Boeing has failed repeatedly to complete a successful mission of its Starliner capsule after years of delays in development. NASA says Mann and Casada have been working with the Starliner program for a long time and need experience if they're to be candidates for the Artemis moon mission planned in the coming years. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
much. Welcome back. As we roll into a Thursday coming on, you can almost see the weekend on the horizon there. Good to have you with us. All right, Illume, I believe is the way you pronounce it. E-L-L-U-M-E, Illume, an Australian company that makes a widely available at-home COVID test, has recalled nearly 200,000 test kits because of concerns about a higher than expected rate of false positives. Somewhere about 3.5 million test kits from this company were shipped to the United States. So just 200,000 out of, again, nearly 3.5 million. Company said they detected the problem in mid-September. They traced issues to variations in the quality of one of the raw materials used in the test kit. According to their chief executive, he declined to specify the material in question, citing a desire not to publicly disclose precisely how the test kits work. Now, about 427,000 test kits, including some provided to the Department of Defense, were affected by the problem. Roughly half have already been used, he said. That yielded about 42,000 positive results. As many as a quarter of those may have been inaccurate results. It's difficult to determine exactly how many, he says. We're sorry it happened. We're all about chasing accuracy, and have these false positives is disappointed. All right, the issue did not affect all of the test kits or the reliability of negative results, according to the company. Their kit is what they call a rapid antigen test, designed to detect pieces of the virus in the nose. You swab your nostrils, insert the swab into a dropper of fluid, then add the fluid to a Bluetooth-connected analyzer. Then results are transmitted to a smartphone app in about 15 minutes. Going back to last December, it became the first over-the-counter, completely at-home test that got the emergency use authorization from the Food and Drug Administration. They've asked retailers to remove the test from their shelves, and they're in the process of notifying consumers. Let's see, if you have one of the affected test kits, they say, you can request a replacement online. People who try to use one of the affected kits will be notified in the app that the test has been recalled. I guess they have lot numbers or whatever, so they know which ones. He said it really won't be possible to use any of those tests now. He also said they put extra controls in place to prevent the same problem from cropping up in the future. So just so you know, that was not the brand of test kit that I purchased when I came down with the creeping crud here a month or so ago. So, all right, where are we at? It is 844-844-3388. You're talking about shortages of this, shortages of that, higher prices. Grocery shoppers have been very vocal about shortages on various shelves right now. They said Walmart is having shortages on some products. Employees are echoing the alert with some posts about the issues on Reddit. Let's see, a cashier in coastal Alabama said several staples are in very short supply. They said our shelves were almost bare. Several other employees sounded off about on the comments detailing that that items that just aren't stocking right now. All right, starting with, what do you want to guess? Yeah, ground beef. Not only is beef more expensive right now, it's hard to find at grocery stores, including Walmart, according to one employee. Many shoppers say they're stocking up on beef and other types right now as the holidays draw closer. That way, they avoid a day of catastrophe. Similar to what people were doing last year when beef prices skyrocketed during the stay-at-home era of the pandemic. Pork is pretty much in the same position, in the same boat, both with high price tags, limited stock at grocery stores, including Walmart. Should you be able to find bacon, pork chops, other items at America's largest retailer's chain, expected to cost almost 5.5% more, because Department of Agriculture data says that pork has had the largest relative price increase of all items in the grocery store between last year and this. So paying a lot for pork. Chicken is the third meat employees notice scarce right now. Chicken and beef are getting wiped out in Massachusetts, even though there was a massive delivery Saturday, but then no truck for the past 2 days. Everything's intermittent, right? Shoppers also noticing your favorite juices may be disappearing. Apple juice, lime juice, juice boxes. Even at Walmart, we've been in short on a lot of juices. Last on this list, number 5, snacks. A lack of snacks among other, the big swaths of bare shelves at various locations right now. And what you'll find on the shelf is really whatever they can find to put on the shelf. So I haven't actually been in the grocery store for several months. We've been doing the whole click list thing. Place your order on the Kroger app. Call them up when you get there, and they bring it out to the car. So I'm not even really aware what the shelves are looking like in recent days. But a heads up, there you go. Back to the calls. Oh boy. What's going on, Dimebag?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Sommers. How are you? How are you this morning, sir?
Hanging with them. What's happening? Is it report card time?
Well, yes, it is, Mr. Sommers. It is that time where we go over your grade card. But first, I heard Crisco Mom call in a few minutes ago, and I'm surprised she didn't read the letter she wrote to me. She wrote to the show, so I'm going to read it on her behalf. But the Crisco Mom, thank you for the letter to the show. It reads, and I quote, "Dear Mr. Pumper, thank you so much for all that you do. We love your show. I wanted to share a poem with you that I wrote for my husband that says, he didn't like my casserole, and he didn't like my cake. He said my biscuits were too hard, not like the ones his mother used to make. I didn't make his coffee right. He didn't like the way I ironed his pants. So he said all this was because I didn't do it like his mother used to do. So I pondered the question for a moment. I was looking for a clue, and then I turned around and smacked the hell out of him, just like his mother used to do." I thought that was pretty funny.
That's pretty good.
Yes, Mr. Plumbers, it is that time of the month where we go over your report card. Yeah, it is. I have to tell you, you did a stellar job again, a stellar performance, a stellar presentation, a stellar show, and stellar sponsors too, I might add.
Yes.
So we thank you so much for all that you've done. So you get an A+. Congratulations. You give yourself a pat on the back, sir.
So I've come up in the world, an A+ this time. Wow.
An A+. And for your gift this month, I have another letter I have to read that goes along with the gift. So allow me to set it up for you. Yeah, this one comes from Captain Ron. Captain Ron Parker, he called in, or he wrote in, and he says, quote, "Dear Mr. Humper, thank you so much for your show. I and my wife, Dorothy, love everything that you do. We sometimes sit around the fire in our Florida home at night and listen to the podcast from the previous night. You are a fantastic radio show host, and we feel it's only fair that we give back to you as the holiday season approaches quickly. So we are therefore going to donate our will. We're sending a will to you to give out to one lucky listener. And it reads, I quote, I, Ron Parker and Dorothy Parker, being of sound mind, hollow belly, and a strong back, do hereby bequeath, that means give, to those who don't know what bequeath
Give,
means.
yes.
I bequeath the contents of our outhouse, liquid and solid, to none other than the Big Goose. We think he deserves it because he's a rock solid man that constantly gives to the show, and we are in the festive spirit to give it out. Yeah, so we thank them for that. And they also write a post note, PS postscript. We encourage all listeners to do the same for the Big Goose. Donate your outhouse to them.
That's great. Yeah,
So anyway,
I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
Well, you're going to get to thank him in person, Steve, because you and Lisa are getting an all-expense paid trip to go down to sunny Florida, where they live, and you're going to have a great time. Ron's going to take you to the Hobby Lobby store there, and he's going to teach you how to build models one day.
Oh.
And then Lisa's going to go with his wife Dorothy to root the roosters, because we know she like that. So we think you'll enjoy your stay down there with them, and that's an all-expense paid trip. And also, as always, like all the other trips before, you're going to get a free taco dinner.
Oh.
So, Mr. Scumper, we're so proud of you. We thank you for all that you do. What credit card would you like to put that on this morning?
I thank you so much for the call there. Yeah, hang on a second here. What credit card do I want to put that on?
Well, I don't give that fool no credit card number. That guy right there is a shyster. You wouldn't believe some of the obscene text messages that fool sends me. Then he got the gall and audacity to tell people to donate their outhouse trimmings to me, you know. That sounds like bold talk from a one-eyed fat man to me. He just needs to put his money where his mouth is.
Oh, boy. Well, it looks like Dimebag hung up on you, Moose.
Well, that's about right.
Do you blame him?
Yep. Well, I'm going to clean this up best I can for radio, but you know what the little white speck is in the middle of chicken manure?
What is it?
It's chicken manure, it's chicken manure, too. So, you know, that's what he looks at every morning when he's shaving, and get on there and talk all that crap. And then when it comes time to toe up, he hangs up and runs off. You believe that?
Boy, oh boy. Now, did I get someone in trouble yesterday, Moose?
No, I just told him he just needed to be watching what be telling them wild tales. You know, we got another guy who wanted to go around telling wild tales, and some things are just best left to the imagination, you know. And I told him, if he's going to run his mouth, he better be ready to toe up.
Well, he said you threatened to kick his ass, and he said he's seen you kick somebody's ass before, and he don't want it.
Well, that's what I told him, it's really not hard to avoid an ass whipping. All you got to do is just mind your business and keep your damn mouth shut.
Okay.
But I don't care.
When's the last time you had your clock cleaned, son? When's the last time you had a good old-fashioned keister whooping?
You couldn't clean my clock. You couldn't clean my clock if you had a team of Lysol engineers behind you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm about tired of your jacked up jaw, ratchet mouth.
CB Rambo, you just tell me where you want to meet, by golly, and we'll just get it on right now. I ain't got nothing to lose. You just tell me when and where.
You're the CB Rambo. You're the one texting me. You're the one that's calling me a, what was that, a possum fart sniffer?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
He's sending me all the, and you know, and you the one instigating this. I'm just trying to defend myself.
Well, you talk really big there on the phone and on the radio. So you just commit to tell me where you want to meet. We'll square off.
Well, you know what? I tell you what. I send all I got a referral. I send all my light work down to Lenoir City, Tennessee, to the world famous Hillbilly Texican down there. So you just go see Hillbilly, and if there's anything left of you when he gets done with you, then you can come see me.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. I'm just about had enough of you. How about you and I just meet right now? I'll just pull over right here on the side of the interstate, and you just bring you and your little yellow pacer over here. We got room right here. We can just square off right now, and we'll just settle this once and for all.
Last time you wanted to settle this once and for all, I sat there for 4.5 hours. You never showed up. You're the longest-winded bastard I ever run across in my life. Well, fellas, I hate to leave good company, but I'm going to bed. I just had to let the dog take a squirt, and I heard old Numbnuts on there running his mouth, so I just thought I'd chime in. So
that's good.
Keep it Twix and Spotted in the solid. I'm going to bed.
Get some beauty rest. You need it. I didn't say that. It's 24 past the hour. We'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Got an email from Doughboy. Now, this was about 25 minutes ago. A Doughboy said 75 north there in Cincinnati at the Ronald Reagan. There's cars on both sides of the road wrecked. Had high water through the area. We've had some heavy rain. Yeah, pushing through here in the last hour or so. So I guess some hydroplaning going on. Heads up there. Be aware, you probably have some law enforcement and emergency responders on the scene. 75 north at the Ronald Reagan. Let's see. Back to the calls here. Philip's on board this morning. What's going on, Philip?
I'll tell you what, man, that guy needs to tighten the string on his fishing pole there. He's getting a little high strung there. What do you think, Steve?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, you better tighten that line up a little bit there. I don't think he really wants to get moose riled up like that. So, but anyway, hey, you were talking about the groceries earlier. I happen to be one of the guys that works at one of them grocery stores, and yeah, prices are going up. I have seen the freight coming down, but most of the freight that I'm seeing coming down, Steve's like the major brands, you know, when you buy a major brand, but it seems like the store's brand seems to be plentiful right now. But you were talking about that container backup over there in LA. You know, that might contribute to some of that store's brand too eventually. I mean, especially when it comes from overseas, you know what I mean, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
So I was putting some freight away the other day, and I noticed just a 1 pound bag, or well, a 1 pound pouch of bacon was $8 now. And that wasn't even the name brand bacon. It was just regular, the store brand bacon.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's coming up, and but I have seen the freight go down a little bit. I'm interested to see though what the end of the month plays like, because usually from October up to December, that's a busy time for a grocery store, with all the holidays and whatnot. So I'm wondering what the freight's going to be like. If I could see what the freight's like then, well, you know, if it's down then, we'll know it's bad. Especially when it gets around Thanksgiving, we start buying turkeys.
Are we gonna see a shortage of some of our Thanksgiving staples this year? Cranberry sauce? I don't know what's gonna. No green bean casserole, maybe.
Well, I can tell you this much: we might have a shortage on turkeys. They had a shortage on turkeys last year. The mid-grade turkeys were not abundant. If you wanted to buy the really super huge one, they had they had those. And the small ones, they had tons of those. But the ones in the mid-grade that, you know, like 10, 13 pounds around in there, we had a shortage on them for a while there last year. Now, I don't know what's going to be like this year. You never know with all this stuff. But, Steve, if you remember, during COVID, when we were out, Smithville Port took a big hit because of their employees getting the COVID, and it knocked their plants down. Do you remember that, Steve?
Absolutely, yes.
There's a lot of recovery from that. Also, I don't know if you got the article, I sent it to you yesterday, but our friends at Kellogg's Cereal, they're going to go on strike. Did you hear that, Steve?
I did see a headline that, so I don't know what's that mean. We're not going to be able to find any Frosted Flakes?
You might not be able to get your cornflakes. They had 1,400 people in just Omaha by itself. Now, that doesn't count Battle Creek and all the other places they have facilities that are in that union. Right now, I hate to say it this way, but it's a workers' market right now. Workers can get what they want now. I mean, with the shortages and whatnot, a lot of these companies, you know, with this COVID deal, they've put themselves into this situation, and the unions, they got a lot of power right now. They know they can take care of, but they're negotiating over wages at Kellogg's, from what I understand, what the article said that I saw yesterday. You know, and like truck driving, you know, there's a lot of truck drivers out there that aren't driving right now, but you know what? Maybe they want to pull it out of the hat and get into it. They can get what they want. You know, it's kind of a workers game right now, so we'll see how it plays out. But that's all I pretty much got for the night. Now, hopefully that guy takes care of his fishing pole there. He needs to get off the dime bag and worry about what he's regularly doing there. You know what I mean? So y'all have a good one. Thanks, Steve.
Good to hear from you there, Philip. Have a great day. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Kellogg's. I did see that. Yeah, unions taking issue with the threats to outsource jobs from the U.S. to Mexico if workers refuse to accept their proposals. Uh-oh. The headline from The Guardian, death of 1,000 cuts. Kellogg's workers on why they're striking. So that's the scoop. There are 4 plants. About 1,400 Kellogg's workers at 4 plants on strike after their current union contracts expired amid accusations that the cereal giant is offshoring jobs. Now, represented by the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers, and Grain Millers International Union, producing cereals for brands like Rice Krispies, Fruit Loops, Frosted Flakes, Raisin Bran, plants in Michigan, Tennessee, Nebraska, Pennsylvania. The president of Union Local 3G, 4th-generation employee at the Kellogg's plant in Battle Creek, Michigan, explained workers are on strike against a proposed 2-tier system for current and new employees proposed by Kellogg's. Kellogg's wants to not offer pensions to new employees, remove cost of living provisions, and also make changes in holiday pay and vacations. We are fighting for our future, he says. We made it very clear from the onset, this was not something that we'll be able to accept. So shortly before the strike, Kellogg's announced plans to cut 212 jobs in the Battle Creek plant over the next 2 years, including 174 union positions. Plant currently employs about 390 workers. They said they're streamlining efforts and relocate cereal production to other facilities in North America as reasons for the job cuts. This, after just a year ago, we were being hailed as heroes as we worked through a pandemic, 7 days a week, 16 hours a day. So apparently we're no longer heroes. You can quickly go from hero to zero. We don't have weekends, really. We just work 7 days a week, sometimes 100 to 130 days in a row. For 28 days, the machines run, then rest 3 days for cleaning. They don't even treat us as well as they do their machinery. Now, the union took issue with Kellogg's threatening to outsource jobs to Mexico, again, if they refuse to accept their proposals. Okay, so I don't know how long before we can't find any Rice Krispies or Frosted Flakes. What to do? All right, a little behind here. Got to get my news break in. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A federal judge has ordered Texas to suspend its restrictive abortion law. U.S. District Judge Robert Pittman gave the law its first legal blow since it went into effect last month. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks. It also deputizes private citizens so they can file lawsuits against violators. But a suit from the Biden administration explained the law defies the Constitution. Texas officials may head to the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to get the suspension reversed. That court has previously allowed the restrictions to take effect. An investigation is underway into what may have caused a drill rig to overturn at a Chicago Transit Authority project. Trains were halted, power lines were damaged, and some buildings were evacuated. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, looking at the update from WDTN, there, Dayton, Ohio, in regards to the shooting in Sydney this evening, which about 25 minutes ago they said the search continues after a law enforcement officer was shot late Wednesday night. According to the partners at the Sydney Daily News, the officer was shot about 10:30 p.m. near Highland Avenue and Lynn Street. Not clear if the officers with the sheriff's office or the city, they said. Sydney police chief tells News 2 that the officer is in surgery at Miami Valley Hospital. Officer's injuries non-life-threatening. Our crew at the scene reports a large law enforcement presence. Sydney Police, Fort Laramie Police, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, State Highway Patrol. Helicopter can be heard overhead. Officers in tactical gear seen searching the area near the scene of the shooting. So then they've got a little map there. So, a lot of businesses around there. GNS Painting. There's a candy store, Susan and Margaret's Sweets. So I guess that whole area. I see a large law enforcement presence. That's the update. The good news is the officer, non-life-threatening injuries. So there you go. Horse Feathers, what's going on this morning?
Morning, Your Honor. So it sounds like your family might be becoming the great socialist that the leaders of our country want you to become. You're going to have no food, no jobs, and if you don't follow the rules, boy, I tell you, it sounds like it's coming right along for everybody, doesn't it?
Isn't it wonderful? Isn't that glorious?
Yeah, it just makes you proud to want to live in this world, country, wherever we are. I don't know. When's the revolt starting? When's the revolution going to start? Thinking there's going to be a revolt of some sort, uprising of some sort. People going to get tired of it. All the refugees.
Everyone has a breaking point, as I said.
All these refugees being shuffled all around the country and put in people's backyards and everything. Yeah. So anyways, hey, I might have got you a new little bit of a listener base. It had one of the guys I used to haul trash with up in New York ring my phone yesterday when I was napping, left me a voicemail, and got back a hold of him, and so he's up. He doesn't haul trash anymore. He's on to bigger and better things, but he's running 5 days a week up in New England at this point. So he was very interested in finding out about your show, and he's going to pass on my number back to a few of the guys I used to haul trash with. I lost track with. Now I don't know. I'm going to run out some names here, and I don't know if you remember or not, because you were just a producer at the time, and doing your weekend thing, and I don't know if you got picked on very much by these guys. Do you remember one there that he used to call in by the name of Big Daddy Papa Squirrel? And he had the Papa Squirrel, and then you had a Blow Pop and a Tootsie Pop and a String Bean, and there were a bunch of them trash haulers I used to work with there. They used to call in and just razz the crap out of the bozo. I mean, it was just about the time he was about to run out of a dynamite case every night. That seemed like their stuff. Anyways, but for anybody that remembers those names, remember hearing them, and especially the Tootsie Pop and the Blow Pop, they were always ones that kind of stuck out a little bit. But the Big Daddy Papa Squirrel there, he was the real instigator of the whole thing. So there might be a possibility there. We might be able to get him riled back up and shake some cobwebs out of the closets and see if we can get him to call back in.
That'd be great.
See what he's going on in his world. So anyway, so maybe a few new listeners in that. should I say anything to pick on the guys that drive the 62 and 63 mile an hour trucks? I've kind of been thinking about this for a while.
Okay. Yeah. You want to piece somebody off? Is that what you're looking to do?
Kind of. Now, if you talk to Moose bought trucks that will run triple digits. And the only reason they don't run triple digits is because the people he put behind the wheel know how to drive them. You know, they drive them sensibly and use them to what they need to be used. They're a tool. Trucks are tools. And no matter how clean and shiny people like to have them, they're still tools. I don't care what anybody says. But anyways, if you go to work for a company that sets their trucks to only do 62 or 63 miles an hour and takes the option away from the driver to be able to drive in the situations and maybe drive out of or drive ahead of situations because they don't want their trucks to go more than 62 or 63 miles an hour, which I believe is a very unsafe truck, because in the situation where I'm in, the company I work for, well, the guy I work for, my truck's open. I can drive whatever I want. This truck will do triple digits without any problem. The company we work for doesn't want us going more than 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, and that's what we bought into when we signed our contract. So that's what we do. But I'll tell you what, if I get in a situation where I need to move over or I got to get around somebody or I got to do something, I have more than enough truck that, that 5 mile an hour over the speed limit, that might have to go on the wayside for a few miles and do what I need to do to, you know, have myself in the position I want myself in, not the position that somebody else is going to put me in. So, yeah, somebody might call me and say, what were you doing? But at least I had the option to do what I feel safe for myself and my truck and the rest of the motoring public around me, even if they're not smart enough to help me out. But, you know, they work for a company with what they call a union. And you see what a union's doing right now, telling the company that, you know, the employees aren't doing what the company wants them to do it the way the company wants them to do it, so you're going to have to change. We'll see how that works out with the cereal people. Roro might go without cornflakes or frosted flakes there for a while. I don't. What are you going to give Roro if he can't come over and have frosted flakes where he gets on the bus?
He'll do his Cinnamon Toast Crunch. He'll do his Lucky Charms. I guess we'll have to go to General Mills instead of Kellogg's.
There you go. But maybe these people need to go back to their unions and say, you know, fix these trucks, make them so that they're safe to drive on the road. But this setting a speed governor for them, because you see what happens in all these 45 and 50 mile an hour construction zones and 30 mile an hour villages and 25 mile an hour or 15 mile an hour school zones. These trucks that are governed at 62 miles an hour, they don't abide by the speed limits in those areas if they are behind. So how safe are they? I don't know. I think they're more dangerous going faster in the slow speed zones than if you just let them run wide open and put a decent driver behind the wheel that can see a situation coming and either speed up to get ahead of it, or to slow down and get back out of it. You know,
if you have a steer tire blowout, which it happens from time to time, you're in one of those governed trucks that the pedals to the metal. You ain't got nothing to put that front end up. If you had a steer tire blowout, you know the old drill. You put the hammer down, get that front end raised up to gradually ease it off to the side of the road.
Yeah, well, you just heard about one a couple of weeks ago in a yellow truck that happened. One of your callers was napping when it happened.
Yes,
sir. Had a cannon go off underneath his bed. But yeah, there's more to it than just the throttle. But you can use the trailer brakes a little bit. And I don't know how it all works with the wiggle wagons. I've never had the opportunity with the wiggle wagons to know what happens when you try to slow the truck down with the trailers. But as far as that goes, you know, it's just, you know, you just don't, you know, if you don't have control of your vehicle, then you just can't do what needs to be done to make it drive the way it needs to. I'm you know, as I say, you talk to Moose, you you buy the truck to do the job, and you put the employees in it to do the job, and if they can't handle it, then you don't have the right employee, and you got to find the right one to replace them. It's kind of the way it is. But as you said, as you're saying there's just not enough drivers out here apparently that to work for the wages. I don't think there's a driver shortage yet. I still think it's the wages or the compensations aren't there for that the drivers want to have a quality driver in their equipment. They're not paying or giving out the benefits that to have the quality people there, or they're wanting them to work too long, too many hours, too far, many miles from home. I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't want to be over the road anymore. So I guess these people might have to find a way to repower loads and run the drivers shorter distances and put 4 or 5 drivers or 4 or 5 trucks or whatever onto the same load to get it across the country. I don't know, but I just like the fact I pretty much always work for the small stuff, and I've pretty much been able to dictate, what I want to do and how I want to do it. Work for people to allow me to do that. And I don't know, just kind of got to find your own thing and hope it works for you and make what you want out of it. So kind of like what you did, you kind of found your own thing here, making it work. So we'll see how this goes for you, right?
Let's hope so. Yes. All right, thank you, Horse Feathers. Got to get a quick time out here. Robert says a couple of things. He said the grocery stores, what he's noticed, all running short on lunch meat. Said he's definitely noticed that. Then he also said, be careful, Kellogg's. Maybe look at what happened to Wonder Bread. Remember that? Yeah, I do. I do recall that. Yep, that didn't go too well, did it? It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you much. Welcome back as we roll toward Top of the hour news update, heading toward the midnight hour on the West Coast, right? And we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Email from David. Steve, this was this past email. Steve, I just passed Lutheran Hospital on the south side of Fort Wayne, right off I-69. About drove off the road when I saw their electronic sign. They're offering up to $50,000 sign-on bonuses. Now, I've seen sign-on bonuses around $10,000 for a trucking company, but I've never seen a $50,000 bonus before. Now, I'm not sure what position in the hospital would qualify for that. I would assume maybe a doctor. But just goes to show how desperate places are to go offer these kind of bonuses. I might be wrong. I might be in the wrong profession here. Anyway, on my way to Kalamazoo, then over to Chicago before heading back to Indy. So I'll be out here listening all night long. Maybe one day I'll get the courage to call so I can snag one of those codes to support my hotshot secret habit, right? I've been listening for 16 years, never called in. Anyway, looking forward to another great show. Thanks for keeping us all awake and informed. Well, Dave, here's an opportune time to give us a ring. Got clear lines, so you can jump right in. I can take your number and get you a code there. Boy, let's see. Shortages of this, I guess today's show did a whole segment here about a week ago, telling us about a number of things we may have a difficult time finding on the shelves as we head into the fall. And of course, with Thanksgiving just around the corner, I did not realize canned goods going to be difficult. You're talking about aluminum prices going through the roof. We'll give you more on that coming up following our news update, which it is that time once again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A federal judge has ordered Texas to suspend its restrictive abortion law. U.S. District Judge Robert Pittman gave the law its first legal blow since it went into effect last month. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks. It also deputizes private citizens so they can file lawsuits against violators. But a suit from the Biden administration explained the law defies the Constitution. Texas officials may head to the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to get the suspension reversed. That court has previously allowed the restrictions to take effect. An investigation is underway into what may have caused a drill rig to overturn at a Chicago Transit Authority project. Trains were halted, power lines were damaged, and some buildings were evacuated. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
Senate Democrats seem ready to agree to part of a proposal from Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to extend the debt limit into December. Budget Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders.
It would have been catastrophic if the wealthiest nation on earth did not pay the debts incurred under Donald Trump. We are going to be able to do that and work out some long-term solutions. So I think basically I'm glad that Mitch McConnell finally saw the light.
He says the agreement could get a vote soon. The Treasury Department says a deal must be reached by October 18th or the U.S. will default on its debts. Video game streaming platform Twitch suffered a data breach, and hackers did share sensitive information on the online chat forum 4chan. Twitch did confirm the breach on Twitter. The files shared online include apparent payment information for hundreds of thousands of streamers. The person claiming responsibility for the hack said they carried out the attack to hurt Twitch's business. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A student has been arrested after opening fire at his high school. 4 people were injured. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
Classes are canceled Thursday at the North Texas High School where a shooting happened. Mansfield ISD saying it's important to give the Timberview High School community time to heal. All athletic events and after-school activities are also canceled. Counseling services are available starting Thursday morning at Word of Truth Church in Arlington and Mansfield ISD Center for the Performing Arts. Arlington police have arrested Timothy Simpkins, saying he pulled a gun inside a classroom. One student is hospitalized in critical condition. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
NASA has pulled 2 astronauts from the delayed first launch of the Boeing Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. Astronauts Nicole Mann and Josh Casada have been reassigned to the SpaceX Crew 5 mission to the space station, which is scheduled for launch as early as next fall. 2 other crew members are to be announced later this year. The reassignment comes after Boeing has failed repeatedly to complete a successful mission of its Starliner capsule after years of delays in development. NASA says Mann and Casada have been working with the Starliner program for a long time and need experience if they're to be candidates for the Artemis moon mission planned in the coming years. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, thank you much, and welcome back another hour as we make our way into a Thursday. We have crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into October 7th, 2021. Hey, looking at our national radar scene. Yeah, definitely a soggy night outside the Hot Shot Secret bunker here. It's been raining for hours. Now I've got that train of moisture stretching all the way down into from northeast Georgia, eastern Tennessee, some heavy rains up into south central Kentucky. Then you'll find some breaks up toward Louisville. More rain over from Lexington to Cincinnati, raining now all the way up to Indianapolis to Fort Wayne. Everything just kind of moving from southwest, southeast, and northwest. That's that circulation around that low pressure system that's been ever so slowly beginning to push off to the northeast over the coming day. Meanwhile, let's get right back to your calls here. Got a couple jumped in during the news break there. Todd, I believe. Morning, Todd. What's happening?
Morning, Steve. I want to talk about the supply chain in the auto industry. It's what I do, all the auto parts and stuff. We've been having trucks go out to Seattle to the ports there to get the containers loaded with some of the microchips to bring back to plants here in Kentucky. And some of our other suppliers that we go to are having shortages of stuff that they get, raw materials, because the people they get it from have a shortage of workers and not just materials. But some plants I'm going into and talking to people, and they say they have an average of between a shortage of 100 to 200 workers per plant at some of these auto industry places. So it's now not just the microchips that's going to start affecting the shortages of automobiles. It's going to be other stuff, because they're not getting wiring harnesses and just all kinds of stuff. It's crazy, and it doesn't seem like there's no end to it. So now I know one of the plants over in southern Indiana, they're hiring, and they've raised their pay up. I think like $2 an hour starting pay it's raised it up from 19 to 21 or $22 an hour, and that's not what the welders and those guys are making. So, hey, young folks out there, if any of you's listening, there's a lot of money to be made right now. Get after it while you're young, and get out there and make you some money, and put it back for a rainy day. What do you think, Steve?
Well, so my question is, where are all these people that could be working, and why are they not? I mean, when you've got millions of people still technically drawing unemployment, where are they?
Well, I think they're in mom and dad's basements, and they're it's unbelievable how people don't want to work, and they want to live off of the dime that we give the government as taxpayers, me and you and everybody else. It's been working for all these years we've been working. I've been out here in the workforce about 35 years now. So, I mean, it's unbelievable to me that people just, how can you just stay home all the time? I mean, if you have a work from home, I get it, but just to be home all the time and not have any worries at all other than going to the mailbox or checking your bank app to make sure that check is there, that you did nothing to get it. You're just getting it. I mean, it doesn't make, I don't see how people do it. I don't see how people are. What happens if we do default on our federal debt? Then what are they going to do then? That's when the real revolt starts.
They're making it sound like it would be a global recession.
Oh yeah. Because we depend so much on everybody instead of depending on ourselves anymore, and we're not. Like the backbone of America is broken because we've outsourced so much stuff. The ports of on the coast, they got a whole bunch of these containers are filled with stuff for the auto industry.
Mm-hmm.
General Motors and Ford are beholden to the Chinese, because especially GM, they get bukus of amounts of stuff from China. I mean, it's unbelievable. They're probably the biggest car maker that gets the most stuff, because they said last year when that dam was about to breach in China, they said it would affect 60% of General Motors' production capabilities. So, I mean, we got to bring that stuff back here, and let's worry about America and let the rest of the world. Maybe that's selfish on my part, but we need to worry about us and let the rest of the world fend for themselves. I'm tired of us working and paying all this stuff in and just giving it to every other country in the world. We need to take care of us. Let's make us better and those other countries, they got to worry about themselves instead of us, piggybacking the whole world. It's unbelievable what we do for the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Well, there was a time when
Mark.
we had a president that was all about making America great and putting America workers and America jobs first. Whatever happened to that guy anyway? Yeah. Here was the scoop from, I guess, the Today Show, talking about as we go food shopping. Yeah, we've got kind of accustomed to the fact that in a post-COVID world, there's going to be a shortage of some of our favorite products. Costco, of course, recently reinstating limits on water, toilet paper, some other products. Many kids missing their Lunchables. Parents having a hard time finding them on the shelves. Even wine and liquor, they say, more difficult to keep stocked. Well, as we enter the fall, should customers be concerned you might not be able to find your favorite products or purchase all the usual trimmings for your holiday meals? Well, it can be difficult to predict, according to the Director of Communications for Publix, the grocery. Yeah, food that's not always easy to determine which products might be out of stock, but the industry continues to face shortages, and these shortages on product and packaging vary from one week to the next. In some cases, suppliers have discontinued multiple varieties so they can just concentrate on their best-selling items to meet demand. Food economist at the Oklahoma State University says we can expect to see a shortage of canned foods. But this has more to do with the container than the actual food. Aluminum availability is still a concern. It may be hard, more difficult to find those canned, ready-to-eat items on the store shelves. What types of foods could be affected? Well, anything that's packaged in aluminum, not only canned vegetables and soups, drinks like soda, teas, and other beverages. Now, fortunately, there are glass and plastic alternative packaging for many of those products with, some manufacturers can substitute. Aluminum prices have increased considerably over the course of this year, increasing over 40% since January and almost 9% in just the last month. Wow. While there are some strong price increases in wholesale beef and pork, particularly on barbecue fare, like hot dogs and ribs earlier this summer for the past month, wholesale prices of both of those products have begun to trend downward, indicating less fear of shortages. But NBC's senior business correspondent said that you're going to have to plan ahead for your Thanksgiving turkey. Order your turkey now. Freeze it if you can. First of all, to save money and get exactly what you want, meat and poultry products will still be in tight supply this fall, not necessarily because of a shortage of livestock or poultry, but because COVID has the processing plants working at less than full capacity. Let's see. The CEO of Leonard's, the supermarket chain there in the Northeast, said although there have been some hiccups in getting certain products his shelves, he expects to be fully stocked for the fall and winter. It's difficult sourcing product. It was during the pandemic last year. Seems to be equally as difficult right now. He said his chain is fully stocked with grocery items like pasta, kid snacks, tuna fish, paper products because they ordered ahead. But we are seeing a shortage with fresh products like turkeys for Thanksgiving, fresh fish, center-cut steaks like ribeye and porterhouse. We're having trouble getting New Zealand lamb as there are ships waiting to be unloaded at the dock because of the lack of dock workers. He went on to say that even if there's a chance of shortages, consumers shouldn't stockpile meats and other items out of fear. There's not a reason to be an alarmist here. But many times people do overreact, and that could encourage just the sort of hoarding we're hoping does not happen. See, but when you share stories like that, you tell people, don't go out there and hoard the gas. Well, what does everyone immediately do? They head out and hoard the gas. Let's see here. What's happening, Heat Wave?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. We're heading down to Apple Turkey to take a well-deserved 3 days off. We've been out here. I don't think we sat longer than an hour and a half at any terminal waiting for a load because we just been getting it. So this 63-mile-an-hour truck has been getting a workout.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, not too bad. You know, Bernie Sanders, that socialist jackass, is on there saying we need to raise the debt ceiling because of all the spending Donald Trump did. I mean, how can they let that man lie like that? And then when you say something good, fact checked, or it gets thrown off of Facebook because, oh no, we can't have that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, we don't have a revenue issue. We're making money out here. I mean, the government's getting a ton of money thanks to the tax cuts that Trump gave businesses so they could lure them back. And I mean, they're doing what they're doing. We're getting the revenue. So it's not a revenue issue. The issue is these Democrats wanted all these spending bills. They got it. And, you know, now they want more. Well, you know, you think there might be a problem with the spending on the Democrats? You know, since they're in charge, they've been in charge for the last 2 years of Trump's, you know, time in office, and then now this. No, I think it's a Democrat problem. And if we don't pass the debt ceiling, which I hope they don't, oh, we're going to default. Well, you know what? It happened during Obama. We went from a AAA credit rating to a AA. And, you know, I'm sorry, we can't support the world in what they need to do. You know, let the world fend for themselves. We got enough problems as is here. You know, talking about the invasion, and I don't know what else you would call it, but the invasion of 15,000 to 20,000 Haitians, followed by another 60. And you still got the illegal aliens coming in from, you know, the south of the border. You know, in times past, when you had that amount of people coming into your country, that would be called an invasion. And what would the invaded defend themselves?
Mm-hmm.
They would repel it, you know, and I'm, you know, why is nothing being done? I mean, they had a marriage ceremony where the bride and groom were here in the States, but the bride's parents were in Canada. They couldn't cross the line. So what they had to do is they went ahead and they had a ceremony on the U.S.-Canadian line with Border Patrol people there to make sure no one crossed over. I mean, if we're going to be that damn strict with them Canadians, why in the hell isn't Kamala doing her damn job instead of being on her knees underneath the desk down here being the czar of the border? Why isn't Joe, I ain't going to call him what I want to call him because this is the wrong venue to call him that, why isn't he doing his job protecting our border? I mean, if we're going to give money to Middle East nations so they can protect their borders, why in the hell can't we do that for us? the issue with parts and supplies. Well, we don't know how we're going to get out of this. Well, I've got the very damn solution. We got all these warehouses and shuttered businesses here in the States. How about we open them up and make the product here again? And so other people say, well, we don't have the people that want to work. Well, you know what? Stop incentivizing their asses to stay home. Let's start taxing their unemployment that they're getting. And maybe they'll decide to get out of their parents' basement, get off the PS3, PS4, PS5, or any Xbox games, and maybe give them the incentive to get off their butts and go to work. We've got enough here to do it. Let's just get it done. Had an argument with a Facebook poster in my neck of the woods there in New Mexico. She was complaining that, we need to tax the rich more, and she was blaming Trump for, the richest not paying their fair share. And I asked the lady, I says, all right, because she was griping and complaining about a letter that she had gotten from her gas company stating, hey, it may go up as much as 80% during this winter, the cost of your fuel. And she was absolutely just laying it all on the feet of Trump. And I said, you know what? Biden said, Biden went ahead day one and canceled a bunch of leases, a bunch of drilling permits. He canceled the pipeline. And I said, in all this, had he not done that, we'd still be energy independent. The prices would be lower. And I said, but obviously you voted for the man, so you enjoy paying higher fuel prices. You enjoy paying more at the pump. You enjoy paying more at the grocery stores. And I said, give me the definition of wealthy. I said, you're talking about people not paying their fair share of taxes. Well, the IRS has gobs and gobs of rules and regulations that say this is how much you need to pay. But then again, it also has more deductions saying, well, if you spent this much for maintenance on your business, then you can deduct X amount. If you supply this much in insurance, you can, deduct this amount. I said, unless you want to have a flat rate, 13% or whatever across the board, we're going to have to do with what the IRS laws say. And if you got people that can go in there and say, okay, we can save you money here, we can save you money here, we can save you money here. Nobody wants to pay more in taxes than they have to. It's like, so, they are already paying their fair share prior to them getting all their cuts in taxes due to the laws that are on the book that say they can deduct this, they can deduct that. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell these people. I mean, they are so blue, they're almost purple.
There ain't no talking any sense into them, though. It's like you probably wasted all that time and effort trying to get through to them. Someone posted this here about an hour. It's unbelievable, the jobs. This is jobs available for the week of October 4. That's this week in the Zanesville, Muskingum County area here in Ohio. This jobs available with the city of Zanesville, the Metropolitan Housing Authority, the Brentwood Hair and Nail Salon, the Moto Mart, Spirit Halloween, and I'm just skipping through some of these. Joe Bucky Tire, Five Below, Spencer Gifts, Kohl's, Sherwin-Williams, Aldi, Parker Dental Group, Dollar Tree, Bimbo, Planet Fitness, Advance Auto Parts, Kroger, the Nutrition Group, FedEx, Family Dollar, UPS, Great Clips, and that's not even half of one side of the sheet. I mean, there's jobs everywhere. I don't get it. It's 26 past the hour. Under some of the industry headlines I've neglected to get to this morning. Things are better now, but it was quite the mess on I-10 near Casa Grande, Arizona this past day. A major crash involving commercial vehicles had it shut down. About the 188-mile marker, multiple cars and trucks involved. More than 10 vehicles, including 3 tractor-trailers, involved in the pileup. Police had yet to release the official numbers. Not clear if anyone was hurt, but there were some photos shared via social media showing the scene, a truck on fire, heavy smoke, billowing from the crash scene there along I-10. So that was shut down for numerous hours this past day. Another incident where a motorist suffered only minor injuries, amazingly, after being pinned sideways between a semi and the barrier wall. This is going back about 2:30 yesterday morning, Harrisburg, PA. Apparently, the semi-truck and car collided on Interstate 83, pinning the car sideways between the rig and the concrete wall, trapping the motorist inside. Firefighters attempted to extract the motorist, who was pinned from the waist down under the dash and the steering wheel. A squad arrived to find the passenger vehicle on its side. Again, the driver was mostly below the top of the barrier, so almost impossible to get to him. After numerous attempts using hydraulic tools, not making a lot of headway, a heavy wrecker was brought in to pull the truck and the car apart about 6 inches, given enough room to get the driver out. Miraculously, the motorist suffered only non-life-threatening injuries. But definitely some scary moments there. All right, we'll get our news break in here and come back with more. Back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A federal judge has ordered Texas to suspend its restrictive abortion law. U.S. District Judge Robert Pittman gave the law its first legal blow since it went into effect last month. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks. It also deputizes private citizens so they can file lawsuits against violators. But a suit from the Biden administration explained the law defies the Constitution. Texas officials may head to the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to get the suspension reversed. That court has previously allowed the restrictions to take effect. An investigation is underway into what may have caused a drill rig to overturn at a Chicago Transit Authority project. Trains were halted, power lines were damaged, and some buildings were evacuated. This is USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost. For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
subscribers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
If you had to wager a guess, who would be the least liked member of Congress? I mean, Congress overall, horrible numbers. Would you be surprised if Nancy Pelosi, the least popular leader of Congress, a poll released this past day, only 35% of likely U.S. voters have a favorable view of Pelosi. 60% regard her unfavorably. Okay, Pelosi was also the congressional leader with the lowest percentage of voters having no opinion. Only 4% indicate she was also the best-known leader of Congress. Let's see, others they ask about. Kevin McCarthy, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell. For McCarthy, 42% favorable view, 30 to 34% unfavorable. And I guess a number with no opinion, like 24% no opinion. By far the least recognizable member of Congress. A lot of people don't even know who the guy is, right? Mitch McConnell, 35% a favorable view, 55% unfavorable. The second least popular leader of Congress. For Schumer, only 32% with a favorable view of the New York Democrat. The worst mark in this category among the congressional leaders, 54% unfavorable. How about that? Not surprising, Pelosi. Everybody loves Nancy, right? Yeah, what's going on this morning, Steve? How we doing?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. trucking down the highway, buddy. Yeah, that's no shock, right? Pelosi and Schumer.
Not at all. And McConnell.
Yeah. Yeah, McConnell. Steve, every time you look at those people on television, you can just tell by looking at them, man, they are evil people. You know, Rambler, I really enjoyed his call last night when he talked about why this is happening, you know, and he's exactly right. You know, this is the devil at work, and those people are evil. You can see it in their eyes. I'm glad Heatwave brought up that Bernie Sanders piece on your news break. You know, Steve, that he is telling a damn lie, because under Donald Trump, he talks about all this debt that we got to raise the debt ceiling because of the debt that Donald Trump incurred.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, NATO was never paying a dime to us. He got NATO to finally start paying their fair share. China was never paying a dime to us. All they was doing was screwing us over as a country. Look what he did with the tariffs. How many millions and billions of dollars Trump was getting from China, you know, for them importing their goods to the United States. All that guy did was accumulate money. Accumulate money. I mean, his government was his administration was bringing in tons of money. What about the unemployment rate, Steve? Wasn't it down to like 3.5%?
Before the COVID, yeah. I mean, the lowest unemployment in 50 years.
Exactly, Steve. So what does that do as far as lower middle class, upper middle class? What does that do? It generates tax revenue. So the government is taking in tons and tons, trillions of dollars in money to pay our bills because of the people working. We were in a massive welfare state under Donald Trump. People were working. The economy was working. We were making stuff here, bringing jobs back to America. You know, Heatwave's right. You know, the solution to all of this, Steve, with this supply chain shortage and this global collapse that's going to happen, make the damn stuff here. You know, put these reprobates to work. Get rid of their subsidies. You know, take them off welfare. Take them off unemployment. Well, and that's what socialism is, and that's why it fails. And that's why there's only two classes of people in a socialist nation. There's the rich, and then there's the poor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. So unless you're a damn multi-millionaire, you can't survive, because the dollar's not going to be worth a damn. But, you know, for him to get on there and say, oh, we got to raise the debt ceiling because of the debt that Donald Trump incurred, that is a damn lie. And that guy is nothing but a communist. He's been a communist his whole life and a liar his whole life, just like the guy he works for in Joe Biden. He's been a damn liar his whole life. Anyway, Steve, Eagle was talking about the border before. I don't know. I'm surprised you didn't bring this up. Governor Abbott put together a fund to try and get this wall built. And he was trying to raise about $54 million. And in a couple of months, he only raised about $1 million. There was a Texas billionaire that just donated $53.5 million to the state of Texas to get that damn wall built, to get it finished. That is incredible that guy did that.
Yep.
$53 million he donated. Kind of nice that he can afford that kind of donation, right? But yeah, that's a good thing. And then DeSantis, you know, he's standing up for these parents. He came out today and said he's going to stand up against this DOJ crap that's going on.
Yep.
You know, this Nazi Germany style misuse of the federal law enforcement. But Steve, one other thing I wanted to bring up about your news break there. Chevy guy had brought it up before at the beginning of the program about the abortion. how the judge struck down the Texas law for right now. And the Biden administration filed a lawsuit. And I heard them say that the lawsuit said it defied the Constitution. Was that some kind of like joke or misquote or something, Steve? That Biden said it defied the Constitution? Because last time I checked, Joe Biden and his administration don't believe in the Constitution.
Right.
Because I'll tell you right now, you've only got an hour and 20 minutes left on your show, Steve, and I could talk for an hour and a half on everything that Joe Biden has defied the Constitution, what he has done after executive order after executive order after executive order, whether it's got to do with the border, whether it's got to do with immigration, Afghanistan, the economy. I don't care what subject you bring up.
Yep.
Everything that man has done is unconstitutional. And I'm just very surprised that these Republicans, some of them are bringing suits against him, but more and more lawsuits aren't filed about this crap that he's pulled, on trying to get this stuff reversed. And I was really sorry to hear about what your daughter's going through, Steve, but I know there's some organizations out there that are actually suing companies and suing the Biden administration for these vaccine mandates. And I believe they are working like civil rights attorneys, kind of like pro bono, where you don't have to give them any money. So that's something that she might want to look into. And if there is some kind of class action suit, maybe look into that. That would be an avenue that she could take, or maybe just go to a smaller company. I don't know. It sounds like she's got a pretty good job, though, from what you were saying. So,
Yep.
Hopefully, she's going to get through this, and I'm praying for your family, man. So that's all I got. Thanks a lot.
Have a good morning, Steve. As always, thank you much for being a part of the show. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, what do we got? Okay, so Stephen Moore talking about this $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill. He said the rate of inflation has surpassed the increase in wages, effectively shrinking our paychecks. And it only gets worse if they pass this bill. While the economy is strong as far as GDP, businesses and stock market are all concerned, inflation is already hurting people's pockets. Americans are feeling pinched and squeezed by this inflation. If we pass another $4, $5, $6 trillion of debt, that's going to make the inflation problem much, much worse. I mean, it's just more dollars chasing fewer goods. That means higher inflation. I am worried about it. The Federal Reserve is not sufficiently worried about it. I think they're behind the curve, he says. Right now, we've got 5% inflation. It'll go to 6%, 7%. That's really troublesome. Yeah, Biden's crowing about the wage gains for workers. They're up 4%. Well, yeah. But if inflation is 6%, your paycheck is actually shrinking. Those hurt the most by inflation are the ones living on the fixed incomes, making less than $50,000 a year. As inflation increases, there are still 10 million job openings out there because people are being paid not to work. After talking to the CEO of FedEx, one of the 50 largest companies in the world with over 100,000 employees, Moore found out they have 20,000 job openings. I estimate that if we had cut the payroll tax last year rather than increased all the unemployment benefits, we'd probably have about 5 million more people working today. All this debt and all this spending, all this taxing that Biden's doing will create a hangover effect. And that hangover effect is going to be probably felt next year or maybe in 2023. If the Democrats pass the $3.5 trillion spending bill anywhere near the form that it's in right now, with the massive tax increases, the massive assault on American energy, the massive increase in welfare benefits, the big increase in debt, I believe this will cause a financial crisis in this country. Moore's asked by people how the economy could be so bad when the stock market is so good. He said, I think investors are betting that Republicans are going to be able to stop this. I hope they can, but I would not bet my life on it. Right now, we have an economy where the whole fate of the Western world rests on the shoulders of some of our centrist senators, a.k.a. Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin. Their votes are necessary to pass this $3.5 trillion bill. What scares me is that if Democrats manage to pass this, it's not going to take years. It's going to take decades to undo this stuff. One example he gave was parental leave, which would allow parents to take off work whenever their child is sick. I talk to employers now who say, even with the unpaid parental leave, people don't show up. Imagine if you're paying people not to work and you say, oh, my kid had a fever this morning. I mean, that would wreak havoc on the economy. What are the chances, he says, if we pass paid parental leave, that we're ever going to repeal something like that? Once these things are done, you can't undo them. The harm is permanent. All right, back to your calls into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we jump right back to the phones here. I believe we got Cue Ball back with us once again. Morning, Cue Ball.
Good morning, Steve. Oh, I called about this whole issue with the supply chain and so on. You know, I've noticed over the time that everybody's been talking about this. You know, this is nothing new. It's just becoming bigger and more of a pronounced problem to now where it's getting to be more of a mainstream issue where, like, you know, they're talking about it on the news. like regularly. Well, one thing I've noticed is it's not the same thing everywhere. But this was discussed, back when Trump was still a president. You're talking about, where things are being made and why aren't they being made here. He's trying to address that with the tariffs and so forth.
Right.
I take offense to some of these things, or maybe not offense is the right word. Not offended by very much. But when you get these people out there, they're like, telling people, don't hoard and don't stock up. Okay, let's take it to the extreme, Steve. I'm gonna feed my family tomorrow dinner, right? Should I buy each bite? Like literally a bite. Each trip to the store, each bite. I go to the store, come back, cook that little bite, eat it, and then go back to the store. I'm going to make 30 trips in the time I get one meal down.
Okay.
Or do I buy like 17 truckloads of steaks? Somewhere in the middle ground would make sense, right?
Right.
Who the hell are these people to sit there and tell me if I can afford to buy the food that I bought? Who the hell are these people that tell me I'm purchasing too much? I guess they're the ones that didn't work, didn't earn the money, and can't go to the grocery store and buy enough food to survive a certain period of time. Should something happen to where you can't get food no more? Who the hell are these people to say that? I remember when everything started going crazy, in 2020, right? When the pandemic started. I remember literally pushing 2, not 1. And you hate on me all you want, people. I remember pushing not 1, but 2 shopping carts full of food out the door, while everybody else was freaking out and worrying about toilet paper. I figured, you know what? If this is going to be as bad as they say it's going to be, it's only a matter of time for the trucks don't move, and I need to make sure me and the family get fed. 2 grocery carts full of food went out the door. Not a single thing of toilet paper. Because you know what? If I have to, I could use a tree leaf. Sure. But I am not eating the tree leaf.
Exactly.
So I'll buy the food. You guys can eat the friggin' toilet paper. So I don't know who these people are to say. The last time we went grocery shopping, same thing with everything going on. I told Jen because I usually don't go grocery shopping. She's been handling it now. But this last time I happened to be out, so I said, okay, I'll go with you. So the last few times it says, listen, buy what we need, but then get another X amount of this, X amount of that, stuff that stays around a while, because we might have to start worrying about this again, predominantly like canned food and stuff like that. If we start running out, I want to be able to eat. And not for nothing, remember those 2 grocery carts full of food I said I bought last year? It all got eaten, right? There was a period of time where we just, all right, things just started to calm down. Don't buy as much food. Start eating what we stored. It got eaten. It didn't go to waste. Don't worry about it. Them people probably still worrying about what they're going to do with their toilet paper. But I just don't understand where people get that idea from. You literally have the government making these PSAs about being prepared, followed by the news broadcast saying, don't buy extra, just get exactly what you need and not another thing more. What kind of nonsense is this? It's funny the government can't even get the propaganda straight. You get one PSA saying this, the next PSA says the exact damn opposite. I was thinking about this. Everybody talks about Venezuela, right? How Venezuela is socialist, and like literally the money was flying around in the streets because it was worthless.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that happened one day? Like all of a sudden, everybody went to sleep in Venezuela, and one day, the next thing you know, the next morning, boom, the world ended on them, right? But do you think it happened a little more gradual than overnight? Frog soup, right? Just slowly bringing up the water temperature. Just throw them in the boiling water. You got to let them sit there and be comfortable, and then just turn that heat up. Eventually, they just sit there and still you boil them.
Well, it took him about, 10 years?
Doesn't happen.
Hugo Chavez, when he was still alive, he's the one that pretty much nationalized everything, took over the oil in the country, and Yeah, it took 10 years, and they went from one of the richest Caribbean nations to where I think it's 80% of the people are, absolutely in poverty now.
Right. 10 years. It took them 10 years. So look around, people. It didn't happen. It's not happening overnight. I don't think it's going to take a full 10 years, to be honest, around here, the way things are going. Hugo Chavez didn't have COVID. He didn't have that. He didn't have that to work in his behalf. Let's put two and two together and start figuring stuff out here, right? Back to our issue with the supply chain, because it's the same thing with the issue with our nation. Okay, let's back up and start looking at what happened. COVID hit us, right?
Yes, sir.
And then I don't even know how. It's not like they were able to plan this one, but I refer to it as COVID season, and then riot season, and then back to COVID season.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe we're going to go back to riot season, and then COVID season, or rabbit season, or duck season. On. Shoot me first, shoot you first. I'm not going to shoot you now. You shoot me later. I'm trying to do the Bugs Bunny Daffy Duck thing. I set it up. So you get the idea. We're going to go back and forth on this. So you went from COVID season to riot season. We're back in COVID season. What's going to fire up riot season again? I don't know, but they'll figure it out. They'll figure out some way to do it. So now with the pandemic and everything, you literally still, after a long time, this didn't start. This wasn't 15 days of slow to spread. This is 2 friggin' years now. You literally have people, Steve, walking around alone outside with masks on. They're driving in their cars by themselves with masks on.
Yep.
These people, those people are not going to work. Okay, they're not going to their job. They might work, but they're not going to their job. Okay? So you got a certain amount of segment of the population that are absolutely freaking scared out of their mind, absolutely scared to go outside. They ain't going to work. They ain't doing nothing. They're just going to wear their little woke mask and be as miserable as they possibly can be. Okay, then you got other people. You got other people getting paid to sit on their duff and do nothing because they can make more money sitting on their ass than they can going to work. And then you have this other group of people that's getting ready. It's already started. You got this other group of people that want to go to work, and they're fired because they refuse to be a guinea pig.
Yep.
Or somebody like myself, thank God I'm self-employed. I'm not willing to take the gamble with a heart attack or a stroke because I took a vaccine when I have perfectly great immunity with the fact that I already survived COVID. Why would I endanger myself with your garbage? So you got all these people. I don't know what the numbers are, but what is it, between 10 and 20% they're talking are going to just start losing their jobs over this? It's funny. I heard on the news today, they goes, it was very effective in New York. They did this. You went from 68% vaccinated, or 68% of the workforce was vaccinated. Now it's 99% of the workforce vaccinated. Well, yeah, because how many of you fired? That was not all of them got the vaccine. They just didn't take it and stick it. Well, of course, 100% of your workforce is vaccinated. You fired 20% of them. See, this is causing all these problems. You got all these big companies, and they're not stupid, these big companies, right? They know whose ass they got to kiss if they want to stay in business. It's no different. Like it's a mafia-style protection racket. They know they got to kiss the government's ass right now. What do you think? A big company? I don't know. Pick one. You think they're going to be like, you know what, federal government, F you? Look what they just did to Facebook. They just made sure Facebook absolutely, they wanted to make sure Zuckerberg knows, hey, you thought you ran the roost. We run the roost. Look at what we just got. We just created a whistleblower. Yeah, that was a plant. That came out today. I don't know if you heard about that. She's not a whistleblower. She's a friggin' DNC operative, for Christ's sakes. Look at her donations and so on, and things that they were saying that she's been involved in.
I saw
where she comes from.
I saw that she was a big leftist donor and whatnot, but I don't know what difference is that supposed to make. Is that did I miss something or?
Yeah, because I don't think this was just somebody that was worried about young girls, teenage girls with body image problems caused by social media. I don't think that was her cause. I think just like a lot of other things we've seen since this whole thing started, you see these people coming out of the woodwork that they're part of it. How do you tell Zuckerberg, who's like how do you make him understand he doesn't run the government? The government will now run him. You pull somebody out of his place with paperwork that is obviously working with the federal government, and then you make sure, look what this person, you look what this person has to say. Oh, look at your own paperwork. Look at your own studies. Oh, you want to survive this? Well, you're going to shut this, and this down, and you're going to like it. Think about it. The old days with General Motors, you see used to be a sign in the 50s with big fat guys sitting on top of the world. As goes GM, goes the world. I don't know if you ever seen that billboard. It was an old one back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
My father used to ask when I was young. He would say to me, "Who runs the government or General Motors?" He literally didn't know. I didn't know either. To this day, I don't really not really sure. However, with that being said, big tech, if you let them get too big, the government can't control them. They control the government. And I think the federal government just put Zuckerberg in a place where it's like, yeah, you don't really run what you think you run. You're going to do what you're told. So we'll see where this plays out. If this whistleblower thing goes nowhere, then Zuckerberg gets the hit. If they actually shut him down over this, which they're not gonna, he's gonna fold like a cheap suit. They'll push him right out. Notice they're not going after Twitter. Dorsey does exactly what he's told. That's been happening for a long time now.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I just look at the way that these little chips fall and start realizing if you start thinking about it, this is not unintentional. This is absolutely done on purpose with the goal to put this country on its knees. No. Steve, let me ask you, if we were sneak attack surprise like Pearl Harbor, but modern day, do you think we could ramp up industry fast enough to actually fight a war? You have to use the equipment you got, and it sounds like we have nothing.
Yeah,
but do you really think we could get the steel mills back up and running that fast?
Probably couldn't get anybody to go out and work a day. The way I see it. They all expect someone else to go do it. No, it's a totally different world than it was, especially this country, than we were in World War II. The patriotism that existed. The women went to work so the men could go fight. This time around, the men would be in the basement. Boy. Get our final hour just ahead here. Get our news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Senate leaders from both sides of the aisle are trying to come to terms in their standoff over lifting the nation's borrowing cap. Senate Democrats are delaying a vote on a 2-year suspension of the debt limit to consider an offer from GOP leader Mitch McConnell that would allow an emergency extension into December as long as the Democrats vote on their own through the reconciliation process. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says McConnell could also simply agree to the current legislation.
There's still an opportunity for Republicans to join us in being adults in the room and ensure that people have confidence in the economic security in their own retirement savings.
President Biden met with a number of corporate CEOs on the need to lift the debt limit.
It's a meteor headed to crash into our economy. We should all want to stop it. Stop it immediately.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wade Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root 800-300-8441 or online at TII1.com.
An 18-year-old student is in custody after opening fire during a fight at his Dallas area high school. 4 people were injured. Arlington police say Timothy Simpkins was involved in a fight with another student. At some point, he drew a weapon and started shooting.
Just based on the information, I know there were more than 2 or 3 shots that were fired.
A total of 4 people were injured and 3 were admitted into the hospital. An English teacher named Calvin Pettit had to be rushed to surgery. The Biden administration has announced a $1 billion investment to expand access to at-home coronavirus testing, putting the country on pace to quadruple the number of tests available to Americans by December. On Monday, the FDA authorized an additional rapid at-home COVID-19 test from Acon Laboratories. The White House says they plan to double the number of local pharmacies that will offer free COVID-19 testing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Lawsuits over the big Southern California oil spill are just beginning. USA Radio's Chris Barnes has details.
A Southern California DJ that makes his money by connecting his services with the beautiful beaches of the area is now suing the company responsible for the pipeline that's caused an oil spill off the coast of Orange County, California. Peter Moses Gutierrez Jr. filing that lawsuit against Amplify Energy after more than 125,000 gallons and by some estimates nearly 150,000 gallons of oil were spilled off the coast of Huntington Beach, shutting down miles of beaches which may stay shut down for weeks. Gutierrez says he often uses Huntington Beach to host events for his DJ business at all times of the year, but he's been unable to do so now because of the oil spill. The suit claiming Gutierrez is going to be losing a great deal of business and income because of Amplify Energy's negligence. There has been no comment from the company. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
Video game streaming platform Twitch suffered a data breach, and hackers did share sensitive information on the online chat forum 4chan. Twitch did confirm the breach on Twitter. The files shared online include apparent payment information for hundreds of thousands of streamers. The person claiming responsibility for the hack said they carried out the attack to hurt Twitch's business. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Final hour underway. Hey, well, let's get right back to the calls. Folks been patiently hanging in there. What's happening this morning? Pappy, welcome in.
What's going on, Steve?
Do you
Hey,
love
real quick,
Do you love a rainy night? It's been a rainy night.
Man, I'll tell you what, right about the time the show started, I guess, man, it was thundering. And it came down, and it's still coming down.
Yep.
So, watch out for the high water, you know. Man, but keep all there, man. He brought up the whistleblower. Steve, did you see them two? Well, it was two images, one email I sent you on this whistleblower. Did you get that email?
Yeah, I was looking at that. I mean, she made donations to the likes of AOC and many Democrat causes, and
she's a far left whack out liberal, Steve. Listen, this was pretty much a setup. Man, Bongino talked about this today on his show. If you really look at what she was saying, 80% of what she was saying in this 60-minute clip, right, was that there's a lot of bad info out there on Facebook, you know, and Facebook's doing nothing to stop it. 80% of it was directed towards conservatives. The 20% of it, to fool everybody, right, was about Instagram, which is part of Facebook, or these teenage girls are being bullied on Instagram. That is destroying their images and causing all kind of mental problems.
Suicide and stuff, yeah.
Teenage girls. Yes. That Facebook knew this was going on and didn't do anything to try to stop it. So if you follow me here, and isn't this funny, Steve, that there was a hearing up on the Hill the day after this 60-minute interview happened? Don't you find that, man, you talk about a fast-paced, kind of happened awful daggone quick. And if you watched any of them clips, right, in this hearing, you know, that the way they were wording stuff and questioning people, that they think Facebook should be banning more stuff that is not true. Their fact checkers aren't doing as good a job as they should be. It's strictly an attack, Steve, on trying to ban conservative speech on Facebook. You watch, mark my words. And then if you come across it, and even Zuckerberg came out and said, you know, I think it is time that we got more government control. He came out and said that, Steve. I don't know if you've seen that.
I did not. No,
Yes. He said maybe it's time, you know, government should have more control over this. It's all an attempt to squash the conservative movement. And what they're going to do is anybody that comes out and saying anything against it, right, that claims that, hey, you're just trying to, you know, use your fact checkers to stop conservative speech, they're going to come out and say, what, are you against teenage girls being bullied? Are you not in it for the children? Did you see how Nancy Pelosi in her little speech brought up the children?
I had tuned into some of the testimony this past day. It seemed like from both sides of the aisle they were kind of going after Facebook, Republican and Democrat both.
Yes, but watch that again and think what I just told you, and then what I just told you when you watch it again.
Yeah.
Some of the questioning and how it's directed. And if you have this in your head that you think government, listen, government wants to shut any speech down, right? That don't tote the line from what they're thinking. We all know this. Am I right or wrong?
So my little post yesterday would my post would have definitely been banned, taken down.
Yes. In the future. If they get their way.
Just the fact that I
just keep an eye on this.
Just pulled it up here.
Keep an eye on this.
I'm going on the record to say, F government mandates. I guess that would be considered hate speech.
They could, they could look at it that way. You got parents showing up and raising their voices in these school board meetings, just raising their voices.
Yeah.
These school board members are going to say, well, we felt intimidated. We felt threatened because they were yelling at us. Let's sit the FBI on them. I'm just saying, pay close attention to this. Heat Wave made a good point that, man, the MQ ball, hey, we need to bring manufacturing back. Problem is, Steve, is didn't Joe Biden just sign off on a bunch of new government regulations?
Mm-hmm. These regulations destroy businesses, and they know it. These big companies, Amazon, you think they really care about some of these regulations, Steve? They don't care. I think we talked about this before, And I'll tell you another thing. You think the DC swamp, these swamp rats that are sold to the devil, to throw our country under the bus for the almighty dollar. Do you think they care about inflation, Steve? Because I guess they've got plenty of money to spend. They're right. They're millionaires.
Yes.
They don't care.
They are multi-millionaires. You think they give a crap if gas goes up to $10 a gallon? They could care less. It ain't going to affect them.
They'll just find a way to make another million.
Yes, sir.
Didn't
you remember? It was a long time ago.
I'm going to see if I'm on the same line. You're going to say that Washington, D.C. is a giant money laundering machine?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
There you go.
When, they take all our taxpayers' money and give it out to foreign countries, and these foreign countries give kickbacks to them. That's where the money's at, Steve.
Yeah.
Clinton Foundation, man, is man. There's going to be some stuff coming up with her too. There's some stuff coming out, Steve.
That's Teflon Hillary. It's like Slick Willie. You got Teflon Hillary. Nothing sticks.
I don't know. We'll see. There was that YouTube video. I talked about this a long time ago. I'm trying to think of this Russian's name. Yuri Ernov or something. He was that Russian defector that talked about how, Russia's going to take over the United States. Remember watching it?
Yeah.
I think you watched it.
Mm-hmm.
And how you can take over the educational system, brainwash these, people. And, you know, when Heatwave was talking about how he was talking to that lady, you know, and she just wouldn't listen, wouldn't get it. And that's one of the things that this Russian defector said is, you know, these people don't want to hear the truth. They won't accept the truth. You can, you know, put the truth right in front of them and show them in black and white it's the truth, but they refuse to accept it. You know, I mean, these whacked out liberals, you could tell them, hey man, if you take green paint and mix it with yellow paint, you come up with blue. And that's a lie. And do it right in front of their face and show them that it's the truth. They'll swear up and down it's a magic act or something.
Yeah.
They refuse to believe the truth.
And if memory serves, he said it takes what? Does it 2 generations, 3 generations? So that's where we are right now with this current generation.
Yes, sir. And there's another thing. We're only 4 meals away from chaos. Funny, they talked about soup cans, the aluminum, price of aluminum going up. What have we been saying, Steve? For the last couple shows, I've called him and start stocking up on canned goods, man. You know,
you've been saying
You've
it.
all mentioned that he's been doing it. He's been doing it since COVID hit. Well, you know what? I've been doing it for the last 5 years. Crazy time, Steve. Crazy, man. Just, you know, we always say, just when you think it can't get any worse.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something real quick, and I'll let you go about China. I sent you an email. Steve, China has the Winter Olympics. I don't think they'll do anything
I got
before
that.
the Winter Olympics.
Yeah, because that's going to be in the worldwide spotlight, and of course that's a lot of money that comes in. So
so they're in trouble financially. Their housing market's about ready to tank on them, Steve. And when that happens, there's going to be a revolt. So I'll tell you what, this spring after the Winter Olympics, look out.
That's so they're just kind of doing dress rehearsals for Taiwan.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yep. So we'll be talking about this.
Or we could go down the path of the Red Mule, where he says, "Well, expect the unexpectable."
You know, I guess with them, you just never know,
right? You never know. Yep.
But when it happens, we better be prepared, is all I'm saying. This could spiral this whole world out of control.
Yeah, seeing as they're already saying they're not going to have spectators at the games there next year. I mean, so, you know, I don't know. Maybe they could probably give a damn about the Olympic Games. But, yeah, you maybe expect the unexpectable. Yeah, did you catch where Dr. Fauci a couple of days ago was asked about, everyone, families getting together this Christmas. And he actually said, well, it's too soon to tell if we can get together for Christmas. And I shared that little meme this past day. Fauci saying, I don't know if we can get together for Christmas. And then the photograph of football stadiums all over the damn country with college football underway with 60, 70, 80,000 people packed into the stands, mostly without masks. What are you talking about? You don't know if we can get together this Christmas. He was on Face the Nation, I guess. Why do they give this man the time of day? Any time on the cameras. But 25 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There was a very interesting read that I had shared this past day about China. It's a rather lengthy read from retired Lieutenant Colonel Special Forces Nicholas Bozic. It kind of breaks down what's going on here in the USA. Then a little dose of reality, as he put it. In the future, China will employ millions of American workers and dominate thousands of small communities all over the United States. Chinese acquisition of U.S. business set a new all-time record last year, and it's on pace to shatter that this year. Smithfield Foods, example A, the largest pork producer and processor in the world. Facilities in 26 U.S. states. It employs tens of thousands of Americans. It directly owns 460 farms and has contracts with approximately 2,100 others. But now a Chinese company has bought it. $4.7 billion, which means that the Chinese will now be the most important employer in dozens of rural communities all over America. Thanks in part to our massively bloated trade deficit. With China, the Chinese have trillions of dollars to spend. They're only just starting to exercise their economic muscle. Got to keep in mind that there's often not much of a difference between the Chinese government and Chinese corporations. In 2011, 43% of all profits in China were produced by companies where the Chinese government had a controlling interest in it. Last year, a Chinese company spent $2.6 billion to purchase AMC Entertainment, one of the biggest movie theater chains in the United States. Yeah, now that Chinese company controls more movie ticket sales than anyone else in the world. He goes on, but since you're starting to get the picture, China is on the rise. If you doubt this, read the following. When you total up all imports and exports, China is now the number one trading nation on the planet. Overall, the United States has run a trade deficit with China over the past decade that comes to more than $2.3 trillion. China has more foreign currency reserves than anyone else on the planet. China now has the largest new car market in the entire world. China now produces more than twice as many automobiles as the United States does. After being bailed out by U.S. taxpayers, General Motors is involved in 11 joint ventures with Chinese companies. China is the number one gold producer in the world. The uniforms for the U.S. Olympic team were made in China. 85% of all artificial Christmas trees in the world are made in China. The New World Trade Center tower in New York includes glass imported from China. China uses more cement than the rest of the world combined. China, the number one producer of wind and solar power on the entire globe. China produces 3 times as much coal and 11 times as much steel as the United States does. China produces more than 90% of the global supply of rare earth elements. China is the number one supplier of components that are critical to the operation of any national defense system. In published scientific research articles, China is expected to become the number one in the world very shortly. He kind of leaves it off, and he said, really, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, I'll leave you this one piece of advice. He said, learn to speak Chinese. All right, news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Senate leaders from both sides of the aisle are trying to come to terms in their standoff over lifting the nation's borrowing cap. Senate Democrats are delaying a vote on a 2-year suspension of the debt limit to consider an offer from GOP leader Mitch McConnell that would allow an emergency extension into December as long as the Democrats vote on their own through the reconciliation process. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says McConnell could also simply agree to the current legislation.
There's still an opportunity for Republicans to join us in being adults in the room and ensure that people have confidence in the economic security and their own retirement savings.
President Biden met with a number of corporate CEOs on the need to lift the debt limit.
Now, it's a meteor headed to crash into our economy. We should all want to stop it. Stop it immediately.
This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I was kind of reading through a little more on this Facebook whistleblower chick that was testifying yesterday, did the 60 Minutes thing, Sunday night. Yeah, she has a record of donations to far-left Democrats. A history of raising issues about purported bias while at previous employers, working with Democrat operatives to roll out her complaint, and has the same lawyers as the anonymous Ukraine whistleblower whose allegations led to Donald Trump's impeachment, but who reportedly turned out to be then Vice President Joe Biden's top advisor on the country. Made more than 20 federal campaign contributions since 2016, all of which have gone to Democrats, according to Federal Election Commission data. January 13th of last year, she sent money to AOC's congressional campaign and a further contribution to her Courage to Change PAC. One of the most frequent recipients of her donations was the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. The Senate Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, Product Safety, and Data Security, which is chaired by Richard Blumenthal, invited her to testify on the panel this past day to air her complaints, which consist in part of contending that Facebook did not censor enough speech. She said she was motivated to take action after a friend of hers became radicalized by misinformation. Despite having money for political donations, January of 2020, she had a $44,000 federal tax lien placed against her for unpaid taxes, according to public records. That lien was released May 17 of this year. Her lawyers are now seeking to raise $50,000 on GoFundMe, money they say that will go to covering legal expenses for the attorneys who are otherwise working pro bono. Okay. They go on with more, but maybe thinking along the lines of what Pappy was saying. She was motivated to speak out because Facebook is not censoring enough misinformation, okay? I mean, you learn something new every day. Scarecrow, what's happening this morning?
How you doing, pal?
Hanging with them.
I guess this. All right. Starting out here, I guess somewhat of a public service announcement here, kind of feeding off the last night's after hours. Got to continue to remind the guys that are getting on with the carry-out pizza orders lately here. I noticed tonight when I was fueling up, a couple empty pizza boxes sitting on a picnic table outside the fuel counter area there. So guys that remember to be disposing of them boxes properly, right? Anyway, I witnessed something tonight, Steve, I have not seen for about a year and a half, coming down through Milwaukee or through Madison to Milwaukee. It was a four-wheeler that got pulled over for running under 90 miles an hour. That's maybe a little facetious, but no, the trooper, he was running in the right lane. I know he was doing 70 plus, and this four-wheeler come up the inside lane, and it was clear behind him, so I shift over and got a shot at him. He was running 87, and I guess total of lack of observation, what's going on around you or whatnot. He just breezed on by that trooper, and it was a fully marked squad.
Yeah.
And I saw the trooper moved over to the center lane, and I thought, justice may actually be served here tonight. And yeah, he and that four-wheeler never skipped a beat. He just kept on rolling, and about a mile down the roadway. But control of speeding and whatnot. The last year and a half, it seems like everybody has become so enabled through lack of enforcement and such that they have no qualms and just cranking it to it. I guess that's the one entertainment value with having this on-guard system in the truck that has the forward-facing radar. And for entertainment, if the coast is clear behind me, I'll slide over, and it's amazing how much traffic is in the 100-mile, 110 mile an hour window these days and whatnot. And they've been let go for so long that it's going to be hard for law enforcement to get a handle on things again. Given the discrepancy between the road speed and those of us that are choked off at 65, it's amazing. But so regardless, you'd mentioned a little bit ago about Fort McCoy up there. It's actually only about 35 miles from La Crosse, about 40 miles as the crow flies from where I live. So we get a lot of the whole local news feed and whatnot, feel good stories and whatnot, coming from there. But if you remember right, a while back, it was actually a national, piece about, I think it was a chicken pox that were, discovered over there. And my wife mentioned, what was it, this weekend or maybe early this week, there's 2 more cases that have, popped up now. So, there's probably good and bad, with the whole arrangement over there. The refugees are somewhat acclimating to this country. They said some of the supplies that they were hoping to get were, actually sewing machines and material and such. So, they're not totally looking for handouts and, things like that. But, it's still a long road down, ahead for what's going to happen with all that. a couple other things, but weeding through here. Come up with your dumbass nomination for the week. I don't recall if you had read it last night. I think I heard it this morning on our local radio station. This young couple, they broke into a water park, and I guess it was after dark. Either way, it was closed, and they went to the water slide. Well, there was obviously no water there, but that didn't stop them. They climbed up to the top of it and slid down. Well, at the foot of the water slide was a barricade of some sorts. They came away with three broken ankles, and a hospitalization. In the end, they are filing suit against the water park for not having, proper guards and closure signage and things like that.
Oh boy.
So, yeah, that's, I'm sure the judge is going to see this one and say sayonara, but, so with that, there's several other things here, but you're getting closer to the end of the show. There's probably several more hanging on, so we'll let them have some airwaves, and we'll catch up with you in the after hours.
Okay, thank you very much. Scarecrow, good to have you with us. All right, update in regards to the officer shooting overnight. The search has been underway. Apparently, it continues. The update from the last half hour. The Sydney officer recovering now at Miami Valley Hospital after being shot, issuing a felony search warrant. The chief of police, William Balling, says the officers were attempting to issue the warrant about 10:30 when the suspect took off on foot. While the suspect, 34-year-old Brandon Still, was running, he turned and fired at the two officers, hitting one. Let's see. I said he was in surgery. I'm asking for prayers for the officer, according to the chief. The officer was shot in the lower part of the body, he says. Now, the suspect Still is 6'2", 185 pounds, still on the run. Chief said, I'm asking anyone within your channel or anybody that hears or knows from him to contact and reach out, whether he's in town or not. It is imperative he turns himself in at some location before someone else gets harmed. Now, they did say the scene is still active at this hour. Any information about the suspect, contact the Sydney police. But that's the guy, 6'2", 185 pounds, one Brandon Still. All right, let me jump over to Pup. What's going on this morning, Pup?
Oh, not much. Just holding on to this old steering wheel. Hey, it's been about an hour since I went through there, but down there in 75 northbound at the 1 yard line, somehow a big truck got spun 180 degrees around, and he's backwards in the ditch, and the front end of the truck's out in the road.
Wow.
Did you hear what that Jen Suckme said on the news break?
No, I stepped out. What'd she say?
She said, well, the Republicans can always just agree with us and then be adults in the room.
Oh, okay.
But I was going to bring that to your attention about Smithfield. I can't believe they let them buy that, but a lot of that pork products is going over to China because they've lost them right around 45, almost 50% of their hogs due to that swine flu business. And you remember years ago when you was watching TV about, hey, you want a good job, become a IT person. We'll train you and blah, blah, blah. I just don't think these kids have manual labor in them anymore, and they just all want to sit in front of a computer and get paid for it. But did I understand Pony Feathers right? I had a hell of an image in my head. Red Peterbilt and a trash trailer on the back end of it, and bird feathers flying at triple digits. Ain't that a hell of a sight?
Yeah, right?
So I'll jump off of here and let somebody else in. So have a good day.
All right. Thanks for checking in, Pup. Have a good morning. Good to have you with us about 9 before the hour. And we'll get one final time out. I come back, squeeze a couple more callers in. Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, what's happening, Lone Ranger? Good morning.
Hi, Steve. I know you're short on time. We'll make it quick. I agree with the gentleman 100% about the high speeds people are traveling, and I don't see hardly anybody get pulled over for speeding anymore. It might have something to do with the COVID because law enforcement might be avoiding, one-on-one contact here for quite a while. A quick thing I want to talk about is this monstrosity of a reconciliation bill or whatever they're calling it. The socialist wish list. What I wish a news organization would do is connect the ridiculous things in that legislation with the campaign donors, because we know we have the best politicians money can buy. And most of this legislation is written to kowtow to the campaign donors. So, like the ridiculous thing they call tree equity. Who wanted tree equity and who donated money to get that billions of dollars for tree equity? Now, the electric cars, I'm sure China benefits mostly from that. And in my opinion, that's the thank you from the Biden family for making them millionaires. But I wish a news organization would connect all of the ridiculous components of this legislation to the campaign donors that wanted them. And then if you follow the money, you'll find out why it's so ridiculous. And that's all I have. I know you have other people waiting, so see you later.
All right, thanks for checking in. And real quick, let me jump down to, what do you got? Don't hang up on him. Hit the right one there. Yes, Gilligan?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Well, I'd like to echo what Lone Ranger just said. He's hit the nail on the head, as usual. I need to touch on two things real quick if I can. As far as Jolly Green Giant saying I'm green and right behind the ears, well, yeah, I am compared to him. I mean, I come in here at the end of the cab over error. I have drove a cab over and it's still fleet trucks. But, what do you expect out of a man that started off driving? Well, he didn't really drive a truck. Sex Maniacs was chain driven and his was a horse team. That's one of the original Teamsters. Now, Fly Rod, well, he ain't all together there. He's talking about how Big Boo truck backing up to your cave, I'd evacuate if I was you.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, we've got a special spot for it. So, well, that's all I got. I got to get even a little
All right.
bit. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, that should leave a good aroma, right? Now, I've got about 60 seconds left, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, just a thought, okay? I hear they're going to sue the oil company out there in California because of the oil on the beaches.
Yep.
I assume they didn't find out who dropped the anchor. I assure you, they just don't drop anchors out at sea. They check before they drop these things. They're heavier than a tank for a container ship, and so they know where the oil lines are, and they double check it. Everything's GPS. But here's a thought. I mean, it was drugged. Could it possibly? I mean, a few years ago, there was a missile shot off the coast of California. The U.S. Navy said it wasn't ours. Nobody claimed it, but we seen it. It was on TV. It was done right at drive time, so it was well observed. Now, could this have been a Chinese submarine with a grapple showing us what they can do? I mean, Biden administration made all kinds of, or Hunter and them made all kinds of money off of sound deadening insulation for automobiles that they can use for submarines. So just a thought, maybe it.
I was a bit confused. I mean, I thought when you drop anchor, you're not in motion. So I mean, yeah, right. How would it be?
Exactly.
How to get drug 100 feet or 100 yards, whatever it was.
Exactly, because you got something probably about the weight of 5 or 6 tanks. You hit the bottom, and you don't want that chain to rip the front end of your ship off. So no, you want everything a light and tender touch as best it can be with that. So yeah, it's just a thought. I mean, is it something that we need to watch out for? I don't know. I just
we can leave it off right there with the conspiracy theory. Nothing is definitive at this point. They're still investigating. Hey, out the door. Got to go here. Have yourself a wonderful Thursday. Don't forget, come back tonight. Slated to have Chris Gabrelchik joining us for our Friday episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.